on earth. You were born to shine with the star and the 6 of Wands. They know that, okay? They knew that. Yeah, because now this person sitting here questioning all the things you told them. So something you told this person, all right, they questioning us shit now here. Yeah, somebody with a that drives a BMW, a Nissan, or a Kia here. Narcissist magic is backfiring times 10 on somebody with a white car. All right, 777. You are on your path to success, and this person didn't want this person, whoever this is, to be on their path to success with you. They was like, no. So somebody with a white car was doing magic on this person with a Audi, BMW, Kia, whatever the fuck they got going on over there. Okay. So now you got this person questioning all the things you told them. Like, I guess you warned them or something, honey. Yeah, she set him up. Whoever your divine masculine is, somebody with white car set their ass up. E. Okay, a year ago. So something that happened a year ago, this year, okay, whatever. Somebody was setting this motherfucker up, honey, for a year. Yeah, you were protected though from any romantic gestures or something. You were protected from this person. The feds is watching somebody, so they are in the surveillance van. You're protected from all evil here. Aries, Scorpio, due to their religious belief system. Gemini, it was a suicide mission. They've been caught. Somebody with a Lexus, Bentley, or Infinity or Subaru on Wednesday. So somebody got STI here. Sis, go get checked. Okay. Last weekend, this person's ex was stalking you, okay, and they want to fight you. No. Yeah, because they're jealous of you. Okay, so they might see you as being very beautiful as well, a black man or a woman. We got a Taurus here. They can't believe they messed this up here when they got you pregnant, B. All right, we got Pisces. So, I don't know. Black card, 888. You're on your life purpose here. All right. You're on the right path here to success in the light. Okay. So if somebody got you, okay, I don't know if you got kids with this person, that's what I'm hearing. If they got you pregnant and y'all didn't keep the baby, that's how they feel like they fucked this whole situation up. All right, because they would have been protected. So you have divine grace, of course. So this is like giving me the vibe of Beyonce, what she said, you want to come around me, what she say, coming in my life, something so you can get good karma, but no. So if somebody's in your life, they get good karma, they wouldn't have any issues or something like that. Somebody's setting this person up now, so they got bad karma, or they set them up or whatever. Okay. Yeah, you wish I was your pound cake, boy. You know, I look good as fuck. Wish I was your baby mama, so you can come around and get good karma, but no. So that's the energy. Of course, sometimes shit go down when it's $1 billion on the elevator. So y'all is definitely wealthy as fuck, whoever you are. The divine feminine energy. Okay. So that's what it was about. Some sort of yeah, because we seen in the deck it was the wealthy man and the privileged lady. And sudden wealth. If this person was with you, they would have got sudden wealth. All right. Wow, L. First, last, middle, initial, yours and theirs. Libra. So you could be a Libra here. They gotta make it up to you this lifetime. Something happened 3 years ago. So in 2019, 2020, something like that. With this person. All right. You are and Z. New love was here. They feel so bad for what they did. We got S. Somebody also thought they left you on a cold, you wouldn't master yourself, but you did. You mastered yourself here. Now you got somebody question everything that you told them, okay? Somebody do not want to let you go, okay? At all. They not letting you go. So this person has competition now, they done fucked up. Cause that other person ain't letting you go. They got them fucked up. Yeah, you mean everything to this person. Oh gosh. Okay, yeah. We got an Aquarius here. We got a narcissist. All right, so somebody is a narcissist, okay? Hey, Aquarius, you made the right choice. Yeah, something is over, okay? With D, this is over F, okay? And Aquarius, so you could be Aquarius. All right, Gemini, so something is over with somebody, okay? They're trying, child, I don't know how deep this goes, all right? I hope this helps you. We're going to leave it there. Oh, so trust, okay? Uh-huh. So somebody see that you the one. Likes, your comments, your shares, and subscribes. I truly appreciate them all. Now, let's tap in, okay, to see what the messages are for you guys. Let's get some clear messages for the collective. Okay, okay. So we have a mature male that's an official person in the lovers. Okay, I like it already. So somebody see that you the one, and they not caught in the matrix. Okay. Yes. So somebody is seeing you as a gift from the divine. Oh yeah. Somebody all in the head here because somebody see that this privileged lady has some sudden wealth here because they ended some sort of courtship with somebody on this, and now they on a path here with this wealthy man here. Okay, so hmm, the lovers making a choice in love. Somebody choosing you. Okay, yeah. We got the little two doves in the background. You know, the doves mate for life and stuff. So this could be a life partner that's coming into your life, or they are for some of you guys. Let's see. Let's confirm that energy. Okay. Yeah. Trust. Transformation occurs through acceptance. Once you accept the current situation as it is, you will automatically transform. So trust. Okay. Uh-huh. That romantic arrows, Cupid's arrows have struck. Okay. And acceptance is the key to inner peace. At times we must accept things as they are. There's no point in trying to change what is beyond our control. So somebody is trusting that you the one. They not caught in a matrix. Okay, period. This man is mature enough to know. Okay, power. You instinctively know what is right for you. Like I said, somebody's mature. Yeah. There's no doubt in this person's mind. Like, yeah, this is a good choice right here. You instinctively know what is right for you, and you have the power to say no or walk away at any time. Wow. Embrace, yeah, because somebody wants to embrace you. So they had to make a choice here between them and someone else. But through each other, you find the missing pieces. So they're about to embrace you here, whoever this person is, wants to embrace this connection with you. Okay. This is divinely guided. This is also, like I said, on your path, you guys. So you guys are well aware, okay, what is next for you is what I'm hearing. So you know what was next or what was in store for your next part of your journey collective, and this is coming in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep, a blessing on your wisdom. Like I said, this is definitely something that's with your crown. I feel like if you were questioning something collective, let's see what spirit has for you guys. I love beautiful readings like this. All right. Oh, yeah, a blessing for a mother. So a child may conceive out of this connection, or you are a mother. Okay, it's a blessing for you. Yeah, a blessing on your new venture. Like I said, They
Frequency, the number 3. The vibrational frequency of this number is associated with self-expression and creativity. It is also the angel number related to community and being social, as 3 widens from a duo to a group. You have something inside of you begging to be heard.
Selves. The archetypical example of a twin flame relationship. Well, classic Greek history also gives us an example of the sacred lover archetype, Aphrodite and Ares. Chapter 1. The history of the Akashic Records. What are the Akashic Records? When starting your spiritual journey, you need to have enough information to be in the right mindset. You need to quench your curiosity about the things that you have long thought were beyond your understanding. And it does not help that there is little information that can be found on the Akashic Records. This is why you need to turn to professionals who have already acquired enough knowledge about the records to guide you. The Akashic Records are based on faith, so you need to open yourself to this experience and let go of your doubts. The word Akashic is an adjective derived from the word Akasha. In Sanskrit, the liturgical language of Hinduism, Akasha has various meanings. Some of its shades of meanings include space, ancient matter, and heavens. However, these words do not tell us much about the nature of the Akashic Records. Put simply, the Akashic Records include every thought, intent, and deed that ever occurred in human history. It encompasses the records of other realities and dimensions. Every soul has its own records, in which its past, present, and possible future are inscribed. It is worth mentioning that the records of each individual change as they develop. Although they may include future possibilities, Akashic Records do not function like a fortune teller. The possibilities depicted in the records only allude to people's choices. So, if you have ever wondered if you have a choice on how your life unfolds, be assured that the answer is yes. Only your own choices shape your future. The records are only there to help you reach a favorable outcome. Just think of the Akashic Records as a grand library that contains all the knowledge that you need to better your life and reach harmony. The Akashic Records contain vast knowledge about every occurrence in human history. That is why you can think of them as the records of humanity itself. Since the dawn of time, the records have been presented to keep track of every source of life, including animals. They record every emotion you have ever felt, every thought that has ever crossed your mind, and every decision that you have ever made. Yet that does not mean that the records judge your choices or your shortcomings as a human. They are only there to record your journey, to aid you, and help you to have a more gratifying experience as a human. The Akashic Records are based on a very interesting concept, the concept of reincarnation. To fully use the records, you need to believe in that principle. Our world consists of perceptual cycles of death and rebirth. When you die, your soul, which has a specific vibration and essence, is reborn. The Akashic Records have inscriptions of your past lives too. By accessing them, you can learn of your past identity and make use of the experiences from your previous lives. The records have 2 main parts, a stagnant part and a developing part. The stagnant part refers to the essential design of the soul. Think of this design as the perfect state in which someone's soul can exist. The other part, the developing one, records all the lives the soul has gone through. During these lives, the soul wakes up or learns of its genuine uniqueness. In this process, the soul can finally make sense of its essential design and find peace and tranquility. Therefore, reincarnation pertains to the Akashic Records. You might be wondering where the Akashic Records are stored. Well, this is a valid question that shows your willingness to believe in the records and to benefit from them. To answer your question, the Akashic Records are thought to exist in an ethereal, non-physical plane, known as the Akasha. The Akasha flows through everything in our universe. It flows through nature, matter, and our souls. The Akasha is somewhat like the Force in Star Wars. It encompasses everything. However, the key difference between the two is that the records do not give you any physical power, like telekinesis. The power the Akasha Records gives you is much subtler and understated. They give you a mental and a spiritual power to forge your path and to find your essential design, to tune your soul to reach its most perfect state. This begs the question, should you have special powers to access the Akashic Records? The short answer is no. You do not have to be a psychic to access your records. In the past, the Akashic Records were only accessed by shamans, psychics, and some philosophers, people highly attuned to their souls, either through psychic powers or plain faith. However, this has greatly changed. In the past few years, there has been a surge in the number of people able to access their records and to make use of them. This might be attributed to the state of consciousness that humanity has recently reached. We have become more attuned to our souls, so accessing the records now is not as hard as it used to be 100 years ago. Some people think that accessing the Akashic Records can be done only when they are not fully conscious. Some claim they accessed the records in dreams or when they were not conscious. Others point out that they accessed theirs through meditation or a deep trance, both of which involve a state of semi-consciousness. Some say that having a near-death experience is the only way to access the Akashic Records. Yet this is too extreme and rather unnecessary. You do not have to be on the verge of death to access your records. They are yours, which makes them your birthright. You never have to put yourself in unnecessary danger just to read them. Yoga, meditation, and other similar techniques may help you reach a deep state of focus and tranquility. One of the most potent methods used to access the Akashic Records is a sacred Mayan prayer. Although the sacred prayer can help, it is not sufficient on its own. Opening yourself to the experience and being willing to believe are key to successfully accessing the Akashic Records. Let's look at the history of the Akashic Records. Something as potent as the Akashic Records can never stay undetected for long. We can find evidence and various mentions of the records that date back to ancient civilization. Records have become a key player in many cultures and many societies. However, because the Akashic Records are sometimes referred to by an array of other names, it is hard to deduce that all of these names actually refer to the same concept, the Akashic Records. Despite what some might think, the records do not oppose or contradict any religion. The Akashic Records are not a religion on their own. We can find mentions of the records in Hinduism and even in Christianity. In ancient Egypt, the ancient Egyptian civilizations were perhaps one of the first civilizations to mention the concept of the Akashic Records. Evidence of this belief can be easily found in ancient scrolls and texts encoded in hieroglyphics. By discovering these scrolls and decoding them, we can understand how the ancient Egyptians perceived the Akashic Records. The scrolls mention that the priests, or people who could tap into spiritual power, accessed and read their records. Not only that, but they also read the records of others. Of course, that put them in high regard. They were greatly revered by everyone, and even pharaohs sought their counsel. They also interpreted dreams based on the knowledge they gained from the records. Even ordinary people who could not read the records believed in their existence. The goddess Seshat was known as the keeper of the library, or the keeper of the great book of souls. Ancient Egyptians also called the Akashic Records the repository of Thoth. In ancient India, just like ancient Egyptians, the ancient Indian sagas of the Himalayas believed in the existence of the Akashic Records. They believed that every soul had its own records in which its whole life was depicted. They also thought that if people could focus enough, they could access the records and read them. This belief has extended to today's readings of palm leaves. Palm readers believe those leaves include parts of the Akashic Records and that everyone has a specific leaf on which parts of the records can be seen. According to the beliefs of Hindu mysticism, the Akasha represents the material used to record deeds, thoughts, paths, and emotions. It is thought that Akasha is also an essential component of natural elements, such as air, water, and fire. In this sense, keeping all elements connected and in sync. In the Mayan culture, the Akashic Records was an open secret in the Mayan culture. Even regular people knew of the records. Those who were able to read them, the high priests and priestesses, shared the knowledge they gained from the Akashic Records with other people to help them forge their path and reach a higher level of knowledge and serenity. Perhaps one of the greatest contributions the Mayans made in connection to the Akashic Records was their creation of the sacred prayer. The sacred prayer helps anyone access and benefit from the records if they are in a deep state of focus and spiritual attunement. In Western culture, Eastern civilizations and cultures are not the only sources of information on the Akashic Records. Western culture caught up around the 6th. The famous seer, astrologer, and physician Michel de Nostradam, or Nostradamus, wrote mysterious verses of poetry that predicted future events. He even predicted the Great Chicago Fire of 1871 and the September 11th attacks. It is often thought that he might have accessed the Akasha Records by employing means that stem from Greek visions and Sufi mysticism. One of the first explicit mentions of the records in Western societies was in the late 19th century. The Russian occultist, thinker, and writer Helena Petrovna Blavatsky said that Akasha could create much energy, whether physical or otherwise. Rudolf Steiner, the known Austrian clairvoyant and philosopher, maintained that people could go beyond the material realm to gain more truth and knowledge about themselves. Perhaps the greatest proponent of the Akashic Records was Edgar Cayce, who was known as the Sleeping Prophet. He held many sessions where he answered people's questions and offered them suggestions to heal based on his access to the Akashic Records. Contrary to other beliefs, he thought that the Akashic Records were found on Earth. He proposed that people were ready to make use of the records and to forge their destiny. Interestingly, during one of his sessions, the records revealed that he would fall sick if he continued his readings. He did not heed the warning, and he died a year later. In religious contexts, in Christianity and Judaism, the Akashic Records are mentioned under different names in Judaism and in Christianity. They are called either the Book of Remembrance or the Book of the Living. Mentioned in the Book of Revelation and the Hebrew Bible, the Book of the Living is used to record the names of people who have forged a righteous path for themselves. Those whose names are found in the book are spared from the last judgment. The book of the living is mentioned at least 6 times in the book of Revelation. In Islam, the Akashic Records in Islam are known as the Book of Decrees or Preserved Tablet. The Preserved Tablet includes all the thoughts, events, and intents that have ever existed since the dawn of time. The core difference between Islam's interpretation and other interpretations of the Akashic Records is a belief that everyone has an angel who records their deeds. According to this belief, an angel is assigned to every individual and follows them, recording everything that they do. The benefits of reading the Akashic Records. Well, after this healthy dose of history and general information on the Akashic Records, you may now wonder about how they can benefit you. Well, accessing and reading the Akashic Records can prove to be a life-transforming experience. The vast knowledge found in the records can point you in the right direction and give your life a much-needed purpose. Here are some merits of accessing your Akashic Records. Learning from your past lives. We have established that the concept of reincarnation is closely tied to the Akashic Records. The records depict your soul's entire history, including your past lives. It is natural to be curious about who you were in your past lives, as such a discovery can help you know who you are now. By reading your Akashic Records, you can learn more about yourself and find your life's purpose. Also, some aspects of your past lives might be affecting your current one. For example, you might have been plagued by poverty in a previous life, and that poverty is now an aspect of your current one. In a similar vein, certain phobias that seem to have no known source or triggers can be a sign of a problem in one of your previous lives. By identifying what is blocking you from having a fuller, richer experience, you can clear these blocks and feel more self-assured. Getting definitive answers to your questions. Perpetual curiosity is a big part of the human experience. We've questioned, doubted, and searched for answers. However, finding definitive answers to your big questions can prove difficult. After all, you are a mortal who does not possess vast divine knowledge. And what if I told you that you could tap into that knowledge and get answers to your burning questions and more? Accessing and reading the Akashic Records can be just the thing that you need. You can learn from the masters and teachers of the records about the secrets of the universe, and finally find the peace you have always yearned to feel. Gaining more confidence. All humans experience moments when negative thoughts dominate their lives. This natural yet scary part of existence can hamper your plans and make you doubt yourself. These moments of self-doubt can cause you to underestimate yourself or even quit the activities that you are most passionate about. Because we need reassurance occasionally, we need to trust in something bigger than ourselves, something that holds all the knowledge. The Akashic Records can help reassure you of your worth and talents. The confirmation the records provide might enable you to go on with your life and identify your soul's essential design. Not only will this enhance your quality of life, but it will also help you make informed decisions based on your soul's identity and talents. Having a sanctuary. We all dream of having a safe space, a refuge, or a sanctuary where we can have all the time in the world to reflect and to grow. Akashic Records offer the perfect place to do so. They are, in themselves, a sanctuary where you can just take a few minutes to relax and forget about your everyday worries. Nothing is hurried in the records. You are not tied to someone else's schedule. It is a place where the concepts of time and space disappear, allowing you an organic, reflecting experience through which you can know who you are and who you will be. This is perhaps why many people who have accessed the Akashic Records return to them multiple times a day for meditation and reflection. It is a place only governed by serenity and knowledge. Getting a glimpse of future possibilities. This is where the potential of the Akashic Record shines, because the records contain information about the past, the present, and the future, and includes all the possible paths your soul can take. Accessing and reading your Akashic Records can offer an enlightening experience. Instead of wondering about the future, with all its vagueness and unknown paths, you can have all the possibilities stretched out before your eyes. The Akashic Records do not function as a crystal ball that shows you your future, as only you can shape your destiny. But the knowledge they encompass can help you create the outcome you want based on your informed choices. For instance, Edgar Cayce could have stepped back from his Akashic readings to avoid health issues, yet he chose not to. The possibilities the records show you are just events that might occur according to what you choose. The insights they offer are informative nonetheless. Improving your relationships. Sometimes we just wish we knew more about how we could improve our relationships. If you are one of the people who find it hard to form and maintain human connections, reading your records can help you overcome this problem. By gaining information about your past lives, you can identify what is blocking you from having healthy relationships, healing, and forgive rather than flood yourself with negativity. And you can gain more insight about your loved ones, which will greatly help you improve your relationships with them. Experiencing true bliss. The Akashic Records exclude an immense amount of light, and such light can feel heady to average humans. Just by standing at the gateway of the Akashic Records, you can get a glimpse of this light, entering a state of full rapture. This state occurs due to the amount of divine energy you are subjected to when you read your records. During this process, you should feel more in sync with your soul and the divine nature that surrounds you. Chapter 2. Common Myths and Misconceptions. Some common myths and misconceptions surround Akashic Records and are mainly driven by a lack of knowledge. In this chapter, we'll discuss these myths in detail and why people should embrace Akashic Records for their moral, spiritual, and psychological fulfillment. Some common myths about Akashic Records. As you have listened in the previous chapter, Akashic Records consist of a record of what has happened, what is happening, and what will happen. These are powerful and intuitive tools, comprised of life-changing information that can help readers connect with various records. According to the records, time is flat, and something that happened many years back could also happen to you today or tomorrow. Everything has its Akashic record, which can also be called a book of life. However, certain myths embody some beliefs, and some misconceptions are mistaken and wrong with Akashic records. Different myths and misconceptions overlap sometimes, hence the two terms will be used interchangeably in this chapter. Only a few can understand and interpret Akashic records. The greatest myth surrounding the Akashic Records is that only a select few individuals who are holier than thou or anointed by God to understand the records. Well, according to this myth, records can be understood by a few people gifted with the talent of interpreting them to others. This myth is based on self-worth, where other people often want to view themselves as better than others. This myth posits to the effect that if you are not chosen, then you are not worthy. The truth about this myth is that we all have an Akashic record that has been a part of our lives for a very long time. The record originates from the same sources that all others do, showing we all come from the same energy. Therefore, since we are all complete and have access to get all the things we need, if we choose carefully, we are, more or less, the same. No people are more worthy than others. To dispel this myth, the counter-argument heavily draws from equality, which states that we are all equal before God. This makes it possible for everyone to understand the meaning of records without seeking assistance from the chosen ones. Humans should not access Akashic records during their lifetime. is also a false belief which states that humans should not access Akashic records during their lifetime. The myth says that humans have only the privilege to peer inside the records when they die. A closer analysis of this myth shows it does not make sense, since it defies logic for the source to create records about our actions, deeds, and thoughts, and other information about our lifetime, only to be used when we're dead. The purpose of the information stored in the records is that it should be applied to our life, so it can help us make informed, life-changing decisions. Records should help us learn and master different skills and techniques that can improve our lives, instead of accessing that information only when we're dead. We are provided with the tools that can help us make aligned and appropriate decisions throughout our lives, instead of waiting to die first and then trying to apply that knowledge. Likewise, we live once, therefore, so we should use the knowledge that we acquire to improve our lives. People seek answers to the future from Akashic records. Well, this is a misconception that purports that people can ask the records for answers about the future. Sometimes the answers you will get do not necessarily come to fruition as suggested or described by the records. When you consult Akashic records for answers, you should always remember that you are the master of your destiny. Thus, you should be in control of your life, and know that the records are there to tell you the most likely outcome of something based on the trajectory of events that you are already within. The records are not synonymous with prophecy, but they just act as guidelines that can help you decide based on the outcome of a similar situation that has happened. The same trajectory can also happen, and you can use it to create your new path. However, you can use the records to redirect your possible outcomes from a specific scenario, rather than depending on the records to provide you answers. The records are effective because they help you project the likely outcome of something based on experience. Here, it is the experience that can help you deduce probable answers from the things yet to occur. Akashic records are used to control people. Well, another misconception is that Akashic records are a form of mystery used to control people. In other sectors of different societies, these records are viewed as a cult controlled by sects and religions to have power over other people. Certain religions seek to control other people so that they can gain power and make more money. But Akashic records are not like these sects. These are records that can be relied on for life-changing purposes and other related needs. Therefore, if you use the records for spiritual, moral, and psychological guidance, then no one can control you. The only person who can control you is the one whom you permit to do so. For instance, if you join a religious cult, you are effectively giving the leaders some power to control you. Otherwise, you are fully in control of your life, and no one else can control you if you do not allow it. Akashic records present the users with the opportunity to make personal choices in life with no undue influence from other people. Accessing the Akashic records will tamper with the soul blueprint. Well, some people believe that they are not allowed to access the Akashic records because they will tamper with their soul blueprint. According to this myth, the guide gives you the soul blueprint that can lead to the implosion of the whole world if you tamper with it. However, there is no reason you should deprive yourself of access to something that is already written or recorded. There is a purpose for anything that is written, and the records are no exception. It is the living who can read, so we can see that the records are specifically meant for us to read. You can choose your path in consultation with your guides, who have a responsibility to guide you in your path towards the growth of the soul. The guides are only there to help you, and there is no judgment or any hierarchy that can scare you. You can get as much support as you want from the guide, since you have free will. When you access your records, your reality will not be compromised. Everything will be joyful and fun as you learn. Information is not cast in stone, and you have the power and the will to change it so it can suit your needs. You can choose the information you want, which will help create the best life for yourself. You can get help from others, while you choose the information that has true meaning to your life. Thus, accessing information from the records will not tamper with your soul blueprint, but instead gives you its power and strength so you can realize your goals and your aspirations. I am not gifted enough to access records. This myth emanates from the inferiority complex among different people. Whereas everyone can access the records, there is someone who is saying that they are not gifted to do the same. The question is, says who? You should also ask yourself why you feel that you are less than what you are worth. The belief that you hold for yourself can make you feel that you are not gifted to access records. But the truth of the matter is that this has nothing to do with the records. Some people lack self-confidence, and these are the people who believe that certain things are impossible. Accessing your records should be a matter of personal choice, and nothing can stop you. This helps you to identify your talents and divine gifts, which require belief and a willingness to allow the connection. To create this connection, people need to work on the relationship. Your willingness to be connected will determine your connection with your records. The primary thing you should work on is overcoming an inferiority complex that can make you feel that you are not gifted. Only then will you be able to access your records and change your life. A positive attitude leads to behavior change, which in turn can shape your perceptions and worldview. Some people simply believe that they cannot do something because of fear. Instead of thinking that you are not gifted enough to access the records, you need to have a positive attitude. To overcome the fear of the unknown, you should remind yourself that nothing is impossible. I am afraid of hearing negative things about myself. It is natural to have this kind of negative intuition about yourself, but the truth is that you are not as bad as you think you are. Some people fear opening their records for fear of hearing bad things about their past and their contributions to the world. The fear factor is mainly induced by a lack of self-confidence, and this has contributed to the downfall of many people. All the same, you should know that every person has a purpose on this planet, and your contribution cannot be like every individual. The fact that you matter should help you overcome the negative perceptions that you may have about yourself. Records mainly focus on love and truth. These two components play a pivotal role in shaping our integrity and how we relate with others in society. Therefore, you should accept your personality and remember that records are done out of love to help you realize weaknesses so that you can clear them. The records are also aimed at giving you the power to create a pleasant path where you choose right over wrong. Essentially, we all aim to be righteous, and this can be achieved if we are in a position to learn from previous mistakes so that we avoid following that same path again. The judgment about self is outdated, since it can only slide you more into shame. When you ask questions of the records, you should not always expect positive comments. In real life, constructive criticism is vital, since it helps us to realize where we are lacking. When we know your weaknesses, you are in a better position to improve yourself and to become a better person. Akashic Records can provide information to solve problems immediately. There is also a false belief among people that Akashic Records can provide specific information to help the users to immediately solve problems. In one way or the other, every person experiences confusion as well as frustration with life, such that they seek divine intervention to overcome the challenges. Some people believe that if they turn to the records, they can get immediate answers that can solve all their problems. Well, indeed, you will get support and answers to the questions and problems you are experiencing in life, but you should not expect everything to be sudden. The purpose of Akashic Records is to help you self-introspect so that you can get the truth of what you want from yourself. You can bring your questions to the records, and what you should expect to get is not a rapid response, but guidance that can help you overcome the challenges that you are facing. The response that you will get helps to open your heart and your soul to other alternatives that can then help you resolve the challenges that you are facing. There are different problem-solving strategies that you should apply to get long-lasting solutions to the challenges that you may be experiencing at any given time. While you can get the assistance that can help you solve different problems, the ultimate solutions come from your heart, which knows what is good for you. Can Akashic Records make my future great? Well, Akashic Records are specifically concerned about your intuition now, and there is often a false belief that they can predict your future and make it great. The records have nothing to do with acquiring unique skills that can transform your future, but they simply help you learn to trust yourself. Lack of trust is the major contributor to failure among people. Therefore, trusting yourself is a major stride towards the attainment of your desired goals in life. Records do not expand your psychic abilities. They can only help you cope with fear, while at the same time realizing the disbelief within you that can impact your desire to live happily. Records can help you to open up to any opportunity that comes your way. Records are also amazing in that they help create self-awareness about different things that can affect your life. Since the records constitute spiritual practice, you should use them to seek guidance so that you can pursue your dreams with confidence. To be on the right track, you should show some willingness to change your mind so that you can have a different worldview. As you have observed above, Akashic Records are an amazing tool that can be used by anyone with an open mind. You can open the records and ask anything about your life. Records can uplift your soul to another level, especially when you discover the hidden truth about your personality. They are life-changing, and they can help you shape your destiny. Indeed, none but ourselves can determine our destinies. So, Akashic Records are the best good starting point if you want to achieve greatness in your life. Chapter 3, The Eternal Timeline. As explained in the previous chapter, the Akashic Records contain every thought, intent, or emotion you have ever felt in this life or your previous ones. The records also contain possible future outcomes, which is why you may be tempted to access and read your records. The Akashic Records of the past, present, and future create what is known as the Eternal Timeline. This timeline can be easily traveled through the pathway prayer process. However, before learning how you can access the records, you must know the distinction between past, present, and future records. Let's look at the past records. Your soul might choose to be reincarnated for many reasons. Some just want to fix some of the mistakes and patterns of their previous lives, while others want to come to enjoy the bliss that life experiences can offer. It requires many reincarnations to reach your soul's essential design or the most perfect state. Nonetheless, your willingness to open your records shows that this life might be the turning point for you. Indubitably, your past lives can affect your current one through your recorded karma. In Sanskrit, the word usually means deed or action, but karma usually goes beyond that. It encompasses your thoughts and emotions too. Traumatic experiences or negative thoughts and emotions can create blocks in our current lives. This, of course, can prevent us from enjoying our lives to the fullest. So, many people seek to open their past records to identify the source of the problems they are facing. Yet first, you need to investigate present life clues that point to the possibility that your past lives are impacting you now. Look at your current patterns of behavior. Usually, current patterns are a result of old ones. For example, if you cannot seem to shoulder the responsibility of your work and you jump from one job to the next every few months, this could indicate that you had issues with stability and responsibility in your past lives. This also applies to addictions and negative thought patterns. Often, people who are plagued with negative thoughts or immerse themselves in negative patterns have destructive past life patterns that reoccur. To put a stop to such patterns, you need to open your past records to find the root of the problem. Similarly, chronic physical or medical problems like arthritis can signal past life traumatic events or accidents. For instance, if you are suffering from chronic pain that refuses to be cured, no matter how many treatments you get, you may discover that it is the result of a severe injury that you sustained in one of your past lives. Your financial situation can also be influenced by your past lives. By investigating the patterns of poverty dominating your life and accessing your records, you might be surprised to discover that you suffered from the same circumstances before, and that the pattern is just repeating itself. Another aspect that many are interested in investigating is their relationship problems. Unfortunately, not everybody has it easy. Some cannot form or sustain any meaningful relationship. If you are one of those people, rest assured that there is nothing wrong with you. Past karma can be a plausible cause for your dissatisfaction when it comes to personal relationships. The thoughts we feed ourselves make up the energy that flows to the Akashic Records and inscribes your development. Your past self might have focused on negative thoughts about love. They might have felt that they were unworthy of it, or that it was a source of weakness. Those thoughts are now recorded in your past records and continue to influence your current relationships. However, there is no reason to fret, as you can fix the problem by uprooting its cause. It is easy to misunderstand how karma works in the context of the Akashic Records, but you must know that it does not refer to judgment or punishment. It is simply a record of how your past lives were lived. In fact, your past records contain millions of positive experiences that you can learn from. Even traumatic incidents and experiences provide a great chance of growing and reaching your soul's most perfect state. There are 3 reasons for karma: repetition, retribution, and compensation. Repetition refers to a behavior pattern that keeps recurring. However, every time it does, it becomes more dangerous. For instance, if someone had minor problems with overeating in one life, such a pattern may be repeated in their current one, causing more severe results like eating disorders. Retribution, on the other hand, refers to negative or difficult past relationships. Negative aspects of relationships like abuse and mistrust in a past life might create a pattern that perpetuates and impacts your present relationships. Finally, compensation refers to things you lacked in your previous lives and are trying to compensate for in this one. This compensation can nonetheless be dangerous. If you were poor in a previous life, you might compensate for this now by overspending. Certainly, overspending is negative compensation and a pattern that you need to eliminate from your life. So, how can you fix something that has already been recorded? Well, the process is called rewriting your past records. However impossible this may sound, you need to know that you have full control over your records, and you can rewrite your past ones once you gain enough enlightenment. You need to start by focusing on the one aspect you want to view. For example, you can focus on your relationship issues. Your Akashic Records will then let you view the past event that led to your problems. Now, by viewing and understanding that experience, you can rewrite it. To do that, envision a better conclusion to the situation. Let's say that you cannot find a partner now. By viewing your past records, you may discover that you had a difficult relationship with your spouse in one of your past lives. You can then change the outcome of this relationship by envisioning that you started listening to each other more and you fixed your marriage. Doing that should remove the blockage you have been suffering from and allow you to pursue healthy relationships. Present records. While accessing your past records can help you heal and remove blockages from your life, reading your present Akashic Records has many more benefits. Every moment is recorded in detail in your records, and your soul is always vibrating and providing your records with enough energy to inscribe everything. What does that mean? Well, it means that your current behavior, your thought processes, and emotions are continuously recorded and will most certainly affect you in the future. By the time you read your past records in one of your next lives, your current choices will have led to either a satisfactory life or one that was lacking. This is why it is extremely important to control yourself and to enforce positive thoughts and emotions. Identifying current patterns of negative behavior. Opening your present Akashic records can shed light on your current patterns of behavior. It can show you both your positive and your negative patterns. Although you cannot exactly rewrite your present records because they are always changing, you can change your behavior in real life. In this sense, the Akashic records are only there to help you recognize destructive patterns and fix them. For instance, you might be struggling with alcoholism and remain oblivious to the fact that it has become a real problem. Your present records can help you see this from a different perspective, allowing you to finally acknowledge that you indeed do have a problem. You can then use this knowledge to better your life and enhance your soul's vibrations. Identifying patterns of negative thoughts and emotions. You are the sole entity responsible for your happiness, and you are the only one who can choose to live happily. In this spirit, your current thoughts and emotions have a big impact on your future. The way you perceive yourself is of utmost importance. If you are always having negative or self-depreciating thoughts, you can open your present records to investigate the problem and find more clarity on the issue. We are not going to advocate the power of positive thinking because it has already been proven effective, but you really need to assert your self-worth and boost your self-esteem if you want to change your life. Because the Akashic records are very sensitive to everything that we think, feel, or do, we need to always think positively, even when faced with difficult situations. For example, choosing to focus only on the worst aspects of your job is bound to be inscribed in your records and may even cause problems during your next reincarnation. Instead, you can focus on its positive aspects, whether that is an experience or monetary gain. When assigned a difficult task, instead of thinking, I can't finish this, you can say to yourself, it is certainly a difficult task, but I am sure I can do it. Apply this to every aspect of your life, and you will reap amazing benefits. Identifying negative spiritual patterns. Your spirit may be encumbered by the difficulties you are facing or the everyday worries you must deal with. However, this does not mean that there is no way to fix them. To combat this, you must focus on your negative patterns of behaviors, your thoughts, and your emotions using the previous points for guidance. By doing that, you will be effectively healing your soul and helping it transcend old worries and grievances. This, in turn, will increase your soul's vibrations and help it reach its divine ideal faster. In the long run, this process will unlock many worthwhile future opportunities that you would not be able to make use of otherwise. Acknowledging that everything you do can affect your future, as well as the next reincarnations, can help you adopt a new outlook on life, helping you indulge in fresh experiences and utilize positive thinking to your advantage. Future records. Akashic Records opens up a world of possibilities, as you can use them to gain more foresight about the future. A lot of people think that accessing their future records is dangerous because they might risk seeing something bad happening to them down the line. They prefer to stay blind to their future. The experience of seeing your future, while hard, can be truly enlightening. You cannot get this information elsewhere, and by remembering that your records are essentially your birthright, you can understand that they mean you no harm. They are only there to guide you to your divine ideal. Nonetheless, because your soul's energy and vibrations are writing your present records now, your future records are ever changing. Nothing is set in stone, and this realization might put you at ease. Even if you end up seeing an unfavorable outcome, it does not necessarily mean that whatever you have seen will actually take place. All you can see by accessing your future records are mere possibilities until you decide to act on them. Using future records to fix present problems. Getting a glimpse of the future is not a means of tormenting yourself. Although seeing a traumatic event down the line is certainly dispiriting, the Akashic Records are just trying to nudge you in the right direction. They are giving you the chance to change your destiny. The possibilities you can see now are merely a reflection of your current choices and actions. They are the most logical outcomes that can stem from your present behavior. For example, if you have been recently overworking yourself, one of your future possibilities might include health or relationship problems due to your busy schedule. The records will alert you to this and help you find the root of the problem. Through this process, you can identify negative current patterns that you might have been previously unaware of. This way, you can take active steps to eliminate such patterns and change the future outcomes. Revisiting your future records. As you change your current patterns of thoughts, behavior, and emotions, your future Akashic records will change too. As we have previously mentioned, the future records reflect your current actions, so it makes sense to revisit them occasionally to gauge the way your future will shape up to be based on the new changes you have implemented. Of course, if you have made a drastic change, your future records will be greatly altered. You might even notice that some scenarios have disappeared completely and have been replaced with new, more positive ones. Yet, if you cannot sense a big change in your future records, you need to give yourself time. Sometimes, changes take a while to affect your life. Although your future records may seem stagnant now, rest assured that they are just waiting for the change to take effect. So try to check your future Akashic records as often as possible to see all the new possibilities recently added to your records. The Pathway Prayer Process. The Pathway Prayer is a means of accessing the Akashic records. It was developed by Linda Howe, who holds a PhD in spiritual studies and is the founder of the Linda Howe Center for Akashic Studies that was established to encourage using the Akashic records for empowerment. Considered the most effective and simplest method for accessing one's records, the Pathway Prayer is very easy to use, which makes it great for beginners who want to consult the wisdom of the records. What also makes this method very potent is that it can work when you want to read your own records or someone else's. So this layer of versatility is certainly appreciated. The Pathway Prayer has two parts, an opening prayer and a closing one. The opening prayer consists of requesting the direction and guidance of the masters of the records, the teachers, and the loved ones. In the closing prayer, you thank the Akashic records for the provided insight. Most importantly, you need to use your legal name when chanting the opening prayer. The third paragraph should be repeated thrice. The first time, you need to use the personal pronouns me and myself. In the second and third time, make sure to use your legal name instead of the personal pronouns highlighted between brackets. According to Linda Howe in 2009, the text of the Pathway Prayer is as follows. The opening prayer. And so we do acknowledge the forces of light, asking for guidance, direction, and courage to know the truth, as it is revealed for our highest good and the highest good of everyone connected to us. O Holy Spirit of God, protect me from all forms of self-centeredness and direct my attention to the work at hand. Help me to know myself in the light of the Akashic records, to see myself through the eyes of the Lords of the Records, and enable me to share the wisdom and compassion that the masters, teachers, and loved ones of me have for me. The records are now open. The closing prayer. I would like to thank the masters, teachers, and loved ones for their love and compassion. I would like to thank the Lords of the Akashic Records for their point of view. And I would like to thank the Holy Spirit of Light for all knowledge and healing. The records are now closed. Amen. The records are now closed. Amen. The records are now closed. Amen. Chapter 4. Past Lives. Beyond the physical actions that contribute to our existence, have you ever pondered a more intricate explanation of how we came about as human beings? Perhaps it's the innate curiosity of the human mind and the belief that there must be something more to our being other than the hard facts that we know about the cycle of life. We are born, and so we go unknowingly through a life filled with a myriad of possibilities until we eventually perish. Simple truths that no one, no matter their beliefs, can dare to challenge. However, to some, the idea of this isolated existence in which every human walks their own path in life alone does not seem convincing enough. They believe the realm of spirits to be far more connected than what our earthly minds could possibly understand. Many Eastern religions that originated in Asia, like Hinduism and Buddhism, are based on the dichotomy of body and soul. Just because a person dies does not mean that their soul follows. Instead, it continues in some other form or shape. Building on the concept of soul continuity, modern religions emerged, such as Theosophy, which was established in New York in the United States sometimes during the late 19th century. Theosophy and other later religions teach that every single human thought, action, or feeling that takes place on Earth, whether good or bad, is recorded in a metaphysical memory system known as the Akashic Records. Beyond merely keeping records of the aggregate doings of mankind, the Akashic Records are thought to have an immense effect on the way that we live our lives, our relationships, and the kind of future that we attract. Those who subscribe to the validity of the Akashic Records argue that accessing one's records can divulge information about their past lives, hoping that it might help them to have more control over their destiny based on the lives they are leading. Accessing the records is no longer exclusive to certain individuals. Regular people can seek guidance to do so on their own. In this chapter, we're going to focus on exploring past lives through the Akashic Records. So, if this is your first time listening about the records, remember to keep an open mind to get the most out of what you are listening to. The significance of past lives in the Akashic Records. Now, based on the belief that the human soul is indefinite and that the Akashic Records holds data about what has been, is, and will be, you can learn about your own past lives through accessing the records. Getting to know about your own soul's past, where it has been, and the lives it held can help you identify why you have certain feelings or how you cultivated specific behaviors. You must have heard the saying that you cannot know where you are going unless you understand where you came from. By allowing you a peek through the past, the Akashic Records can help you to go through life with more conviction. To put it in a more romanticized manner, past lives are the chance for your soul to get it right. By living multiple lives, your soul is on an eternal journey to continuously improve until it can finally reach a state of higher being. Buddha himself is believed to have had close to 1,000 lives before he reached enlightenment. This underlying glorification of redemption is not foreign to all earthly religions known to us humans. When it comes to matters of the soul, nothing is absolute. Maybe it is our own egos that initiated the idea of the continuity of our souls, our own rejection of the possibility of being done and stopping to exist once and for all. The idea of past lives, however, references fluidity and a kind of immortality that surpasses our physical bodies. So does everybody have past lives? Well, this must be one of the first questions that crossed your mind when you first heard about the Akashic Records. You must have heard about the theories of reincarnation and how many people strongly believe that they used to be someone else in a past life. Although you might think that such people have an exclusive connection with other worlds, if you pay closer attention, you can find tons of rather tangible clues that support the validity of this claim. Think about the feeling of familiarity that you experience when you meet some people for the first time. Why do you think you seem to connect without any prior interactions? What about the concept of deja vu? You go to a place you have never seen or been to before, and you meet people you never knew existed. Yet somehow, it all feels like a playback of a memory stored somewhere deep in your psyche. There are never any clear explanations about these unnatural phenomena, no matter how they are commonly dismissed as mystic occurrences. Further, the special bond you have with another person, or an affinity towards a place, is more evidence that your soul has already met or visited them in another life. It is not an easy thing to wrap your head around if you haven't been down that road before, where you choose to entertain your inquisitive mind. However, when you buy into the idea that everything holds a meaning, you can discover a lot by simply opening your eyes and preparing your senses to analyze what is happening around you. Akashic past life readings. Well, now that you understand more about the theory of past lives and how you can benefit from such knowledge, you must know what to expect from Akashic past life readings. Maybe you are at a point in your life where you feel so overwhelmed by the noise around you that you decide it is time to look into yourself. Many people waste so much time trying to control circumstances and outward events that they do not have any power over, and only a few reach the realization that all they must do is focus on themselves. Seeking to access the Akashic Records is a way of adopting the notion that your past, present, and future coexist together somewhere that you can reach to find abundance and good fortune in your life. Once you decide to go through with this plan, you can choose to do a guided quest, as mentioned above, or you can take it upon yourself to request accessing the records. Later, in other chapters of this audiobook, you will be introduced to a step-by-step guide on how to access the Akashic Records and have your own reading. However, for now, we want to focus on the role that past lives play in the Akashic readings. Reaching your past lives can be very useful when you are looking for answers that do not exist in your current life, why certain fears are holding you back, or pinpointing some patterns in your relationships with your loved ones. You have the option to visit either your most recent past life, and this is a life that is closer to our definition of time, or to the life that you have right now, or your most significant past life. This life is the one that seems to have the greatest effect on your current one. For some reason, the experiences that transpired in that life resonate rather strongly with what you are going through now. Or your soul's past life of choice. This past life is the one that your soul freely chooses to visit. You might not get the chance to know why, but if you like, you can come back to it later in future readings to look for answers about this specific past life. As we mentioned earlier, there is a reason and a meaning behind everything, so it is always a good idea to dig deeper. It will help you to get to know more about yourself and your soul's travels. Past life regression versus past life reading. In past life regressions, you get the chance to experience your past lives in a fuller way by going under the hypnosis of a specialized therapist, and you get to live vicariously through that period. Although it is more intricate and offers deeper insights, past life regressions are relatively expensive and usually take multiple sessions before they can become fruitful, not to mention having to endure the inconvenience of being hypnotized. Past life readings, on the other hand, give you access to your past lives in an easier way. You might take longer to reach the same depth as with past life regressions. However, to normal people, it is usually enough to put them in contact with their previous lives. Both past life regressions and readings share the same purpose: to help you use the information you uncover in your present life. Most experienced readers warn their subjects about getting sucked into a past reality and losing their grip on reality, reveling in the what has been. They can lose their way in their current life and get caught in a state of limbo, where they are neither here nor there. If you are going to attempt either, you must identify your intentions and commit to them and avoid being sidetracked despite the temptations. You must understand that past lives are in no way an alternative to your present life. Instead, they allow you to learn from past lessons and make better choices, living a more fulfilled life. Akashic Records and Karma. To better understand how the Akashic Records tap into past lives, you need to learn about the principles of karma. In Buddhism and Hinduism, your actions and doings dictate how your life turns out. The good you do will eventually come back to you in this current life, as well as any future ones. This means that any misfortunes you are encountering or your constant struggles can be due to a karmic consequence of actions that you committed in one of your past lives. People wishing to be relieved from the wrath of karma resort to the Akashic Records to find what the things are that they need to make right as a form of retaliation. You must be wondering if this means that you are but a spectator to your own life, as your fate is already written, and you only get to watch it through some archived records. If that is the truth, then what is it that you are doing here, and what is your purpose? You must understand that we are free beings, and you have the chance to turn your life around should you wish. And that is what will be mentioned in the Akashic Records. The records are more of an observatory tool. They do not influence your actions and thoughts, but instead, they simply store them. Even if you are still on the fence about the Akashic Records and how real they might or might not be, believing in karma will serve you well in your life. If every person believed that what they put out into the world will imminently reflect on their own life, humanity would have been saved a whole lot of pain and suffering. Take a moment and entertain this thought. You do not necessarily have to believe in karma per se. Call it what you may, but do yourself a favor and give it the attention it deserves. What should you look for in past lives? Well, just like your own present life, your past lives are full of many details that lack value or significance. During a past life reading, especially when you are doing it for the first time, you can be flooded with millions of thoughts, feelings, and ideas. If you stop to take notice of each one, your precious reading time will be wasted. You need to prepare for your reading session. List several issues that you wish to find answers for in the Akashic Records. Limit your inquiries to a few brief, open-ended questions until you get more used to the readings. For example, request information about your fear of heights or the roots of your timid nature. By focusing on specific topics, you will have a better chance of enjoying a more informative reading session. During the reading, apply the basic rules of meditation, where you only get to observe irrelevant thoughts and feelings and then let them go without entertaining them. Once you gain enough knowledge to reach the Akashic Records whenever you wish, articulating your queries will become much easier, and you will be able to find what you are looking for every single time. How your present life will fare as a past life. Given the principles of the Akashic Records that we have discussed and the characteristics of past lives, you can probably now see the responsibility that you have to ensure your present turns into an amiable past for your future self. Unlike in your past lives, you now know enough about the consequences of your beliefs and deeds in this world. So, how can you use this to your future self's benefit? What should you do to get rid of any tensions and unpleasantness that might travel through to your future self? The answer is quite simple. You need to be more conscious. Starting right now, repeat it over and over until thinking, acting, and speaking consciously comes naturally. Think of it as improving the cards that your future self will be dealt. You will be giving yourself a head start by laying a strong foundation of honesty, kindness, and joy. Choose to lead a good life, be of service to others, and do not lose your way amidst the noise of today's world. Use what you learn in your past life's readings to avoid making the same mistakes that you are trying to fix in your present. Notice what from the past has had the biggest impact and direct all your energy towards making it right for your future self. Although this is a logical progression of using your past lives to only improve your present, not everyone can come to it naturally on their own. That is why it is important to highlight it here so that you can understand how to build on your knowledge of your past lives and carry it forward. Thinking about your life as an extension of other lives can be so empowering. When the world seems overwhelming and you feel like you have no idea where you are going, you can always find comfort in knowing that, in a sense, you've been there before. You have figured it out once, and you can do it again. If you are going to walk away with anything from this chapter, be it the fact that you are more than your human mind can possibly fathom. Your life demands and deserves to be respected. So hold that thought tight as you listen on, because we are about to get into the practical part of this audiobook. The coming chapters will show you how to apply the theory to find your purpose and heal using the Akashic Records. Chapter 5. Find Your Purpose. Not every organism longs for a purpose, but almost all organisms find it automatically, except for humans. Trees, for example, exist in their own plane of energy and consciousness, breathing, exhaling, and branching into magnificent shapes. Their energy planes overlap with ours on numerous occasions, but their purpose hardly ever changes. They are always trees. Humans, on the other hand, can easily get lost through overlaps with other planes, organisms, situations, and inner energy. Finding a purpose can sometimes be a rocky and intense ride through various planes of consciousness and vibrations. What makes purpose important? Before you try to use the Akashic Records to navigate the realms of personal and spiritual purposes, you need to make sure that you know why you're looking for a purpose. When you're using the Akashic Records, you're trying to go deeper into many profound elements of your current life and older ones, and you've come to this plane to transcend and purify. This means that you always have to maintain a constant state of honesty with yourself. There is absolutely no way to find any karmic and truthful purpose without being completely connected to your true self. Knowing your current and perhaps future purposes will help you stay focused and grounded. You will be able to see the precious elements and forms of energy that matter the most in your life, and many of those elements will begin showing themselves to you through vibrations, karma, or different forms of energy-based revelations. Once you're able to stay focused on one purpose for a long time, the energy intensifies. This simple purpose that you found for yourself suddenly becomes a passion. The burning energy can flow through your body and soul, unshackling you from the restrictions placed on you in past lifetimes. It's easy to recognize people who have known their purpose for years. They emanate energy, an aura to those who are close to them. It's the clarity obtained from the sharpening of their passion and purpose that makes them unstoppable. This kind of clarity isn't just used to advance a career or in learning a new skill, but also having the right kind of synchronized vibrations to see the paths that are most suited for them. The personal records. The Akashic Records contain all the paths, energies, frequencies, purposes, and summation of information that you've learned, not only this life, but also other lifetimes. These records are full of infinite vibrations that resonate throughout planes that transcend space and time, expanding the energy of the universe. For people who are looking for a purpose, they'll want to access a specific portion of their Akashic Records to facilitate finding their path. This section is known as personal records. You can think of your personal records as an infinitely branching tree that casts branches of the entire previous summations of your previous experience and the energy and information contained in your future. Accessing personal records may reveal your past and current influences, in addition to the true direction of your soul on Earth. While having a purpose is commonly thought of as consciously having it at the front of your mind, most of our soul's purposes that compel us are not clear in the conscious plane of thought. It's these deeper roots of purpose that we're trying to find, those that make you feel like you should wake up in the morning and see what each day has to offer. The spiritual purpose. Among the pursuit of earthly purposes, many forget that the spiritual purpose is essential in their endeavor. It being in the background, people often think that pursuing it is an unnecessary effort. But the only kind of purpose that can allow you to release yourself from the shackles of guilt and inner turmoil is the spiritual purpose. Without this kind of inner peace and tranquility, your other pursuits and endeavors are bound to have less energy and vibrations that drive you forward in your life. The spiritual purpose is closely linked with a sense of attachment that you have to certain people, places, or memories. Consciously directing it will allow you to finally get rid of the habit of finding yourself in loops of self-loathing and destruction, just as constantly picking at a wound will only make it get worse. Your personal purpose is finally tethered to your spiritual purpose, because psychology will always be a non-detachable part of your personal records. The personal purpose. The personal purpose is like an infinite river that passes through every small or big experience in your life. You may want to know the kind of career or skill that you'll learn, but have you ever thought about the kind of emotional and mental life you'd like to lead? People easily start to have tunnel vision when they're thinking about their future and the kind of life they want to lead, focusing only on the small practical aspects instead of the major spiritual and emotional ones. Listening to your soul as it guides you to get rid of the fears and worries holding you back is the easiest way to find your true purpose. If you let the fears of the current and past lifetimes put invisible and subconscious shackles on you, it will be hard to move forward through your personal purpose. You'll learn how to love yourself and have the courage to finally peek into a future where you don't feel threatened by guilt or worries. Your relationships and love lives are all a part of your personal purpose. You may not notice it, but it's a personal purpose that can dictate how you perceive current and past relationships. It's not the type of relationships that matter, whether it's professional, romantic, or even platonic. What truly matters is how they connect with your personal purpose in this current life. Remember, you're not trying to force your way into the Akashic Records. You're only trying to find a way to listen to what these records have been talking to you about for thousands of years. Being stuck. One of the major obstacles that people face when they're trying to find their purpose and talents is becoming stuck in the past. This is directly related to karma, which you've probably heard of through your interactions with others or reading about other religions. It seems that karma is one of the energies that a lot of philosophies and religions hinge on. A lot of people resort to the Akashic Records to remove ancient roots that are grounding them from moving forward. It's impossibly hard to find a true purpose if you keep thinking about the past and let it control you. The task of shedding your ego may seem quite overwhelming when you think about it at first, but it's no harder than removing the illusions of your past. You need to think about what karma brings to your doorstep as an opportunity. Is it negative emotions? Feeling stuck? Loopy thoughts? They're all potential gates to unraveling what's truly holding you back from being in touch with your true soul. Tapping into the Akashic Records for solutions will help you make interesting shifts in your life. The final goal is to transcend your karma, eluding what's been hindering you for many lifetimes. If you're not familiar with karmic entanglement, it's the sum of all the karmic connections you have connecting to your karmic patterns. The entanglement is the accumulation of past experiences through family, nation, tribes, and other patterns that can reflect your past lives' karma. You need to understand that your personal experiences aren't the only things that affect your karma. It's actually pretty easy for people to get entangled in karmic patterns that occurred in the past just through the linkage of their heritage. Untangling karma. Feeling like a victim to earthly circumstances isn't going to help you find your purpose. In fact, it'll only hinder you, as you'll be looking through a very narrow field of vision. Once you feel that your life is completely out of your control, you won't be able to muster the required strength to face your karma and change your path. There is a very big possibility that what's stopping you is karmic entanglement produced by your past life. A common problematic effect of karmic entanglement is losing your true self of individuality and independence as your soul becomes entangled with other big and diverse groups. This is easily observable when you start looking at people born into certain religions, or those who take on a belief system quickly without thinking about the consequences. They can easily become karmic entangled. Fighting this may seem like a harsh battle, but you'll suddenly feel lighter once you become untangled of the vibrations that are bringing you down. And that will allow you to think from a higher plane that can help you change your perspective. Once you manage to get into your Akashic records, specifically the personal records, look for karmic entanglements associated with your family, your race, your belief system, and similar associations. Letting yourself be held down by such associations will only cause you to be upset with yourself, hindering your energy from vibrating properly. You are responsible for what you feel and the energy you produce. So make sure you take into consideration not getting too entangled or absorbed in the lives of others. The Akashic records and negative emotions. You need to understand that you do not have room to house all the emotions at the same time. This means that when you are in a state of constant fear and worry about certain things, you're taking away a big portion of the space that happiness is supposed to occupy. But it's also not that simple. This occupation can cause many lingering strands of energy that can affect how you think for a pretty long time. Being constantly stressed and worried takes away from your happiness, but also blocks and incapacitates your ability to be able to identify happiness in the future. From a medical standpoint, fear and stress can deal a lot of damage to the physiological body. Unfortunately, this kind of damage can find a way to translate and transfer this damage to the soul. This isn't vague advice telling you to stop being worried. It's never that simple. But you should be conscious of the vibrations and energies that you are allowing your soul to absorb. Your inner energy is not fragile, but it can be molded quickly into something dangerous if you leave it to circumstances. Akashic records heavily emphasize our ability to retrieve our divine essence from the shackled constraints we put on it. You may not notice it now, but over time, you'll notice how the connection to a certain story or narrative can cause you to feel unpleasant feelings. And this means that it's actually a choice. You need to be careful not to polarize yourself on such a wide spectrum, and you shouldn't detach yourself from everything to avoid feeling unpleasant feelings. Recognize your emotions and try to find the deeper causes that make you feel such unpleasant feelings. After all, the outcome of those feelings is dependent on how you respond to them. Reclaiming power. While you're viewing your Akashic records, you'll find a lot of ways to respond to information. The key to reclaiming your power is to control how far it affects you. Letting your feelings blow out of proportion means that you are not tackling another issue. The energy that you've been blocking from circulating in your body is disrupting the natural and tranquil rhythm of other frequencies. If you find yourself getting too angry over matters you know very well shouldn't bother you much, well, then your soul is trying to release a lot of negative energy that it has stored for a long time. Once you see your emotions through the Akashic Records, you'll find that it is quite easy to analyze and solve a lot of situations that once gave you a hard time. Your energy shouldn't be zapped suddenly when you face a new problem, as long as you stay conscious and on top of your emotions. Don't let your inner victim take away the power you have to resolve issues. Sadly enough, this inner victim has probably zapped your energy in countless other lifetimes. But once you're able to see through this destructive pattern, you'll be able to balance the situation entirely. Our society barely gives us time to think and act at our own pace, and this can cause you a lot of problems when dealing with your inner self. Utilize the Akashic Records to access a timeline that can never be affected by others. You'll be able to use your new gained energy to create joy and whatever you desire in your life. It's pretty common for people to stop in their tracks once they feel victims of circumstances that they are not responsible for, thinking that it's fate or destiny that has forced misfortune upon them. Use the Akashic Records to get out of this destructive loop that keeps you from being able to look forward and regain control of your destiny instead of being enslaved by it. The true depths of healing. Self-realization is the key that can unlock your healing process. Transcending karmic patterns is a true spiritual purpose that can help you attract joy and other pleasant feelings to your life. It's not easy to avoid being tempted by the webs of illusions that this earthly world offers. This is where self-realization comes into play. It'll allow you to go into your Akashic Records to heal the wounds of the past and connect further with your soul. The current narrative could be part of the illusions that plague this world. If you want to follow your true narrative, you'll need to recreate it from the beginning. You'll feel more powerful and in control of your life as you begin to reshape your karmic patterns. The Akashic Records are going to be your main link to the divine essence within yourself. This bond that you create will keep on providing you with gifts, talents, wisdom, and the power to help others see things for their true nature. While using the Akashic Records isn't the only way to achieve what you desire, it's still the quickest, because you'll be healed and unhindered by the illusions of life. Staying focused on your karma while viewing your Akashic Records will start a process of constant healing that gradually intensifies the more you reshape and resolve your karmic patterns. Your vibrations will noticeably become more intense as you begin transcending over the earthly plane. Meditation. Meditation is one of the foundations of spiritual preparation before accessing the Akashic Records. The first step is defining an intention. Using a laser-focused intention will keep you onto your mark throughout your whole journey through the Akashic Records. Since you're still starting out, try to simplify your intention to keep it direct and easily recognizable later on. You can start something that happened in your childhood, but is still bothering you. But it shouldn't be a traumatic or heavy experience. Set the unwinding and untangling of this event as your target as you enter the Akashic Records. Once you're sure about the intention, start relaxing your body through deep breaths and closing your eyes. The second most important step is going into higher planes than the one that you're currently existing in. Starting from your heart, slowly try to expand your sensations to engulf your surroundings. Your consciousness expansion can't be sudden. It should be gradual, because you can easily get distracted if you don't move at a reasonable pace. Your consciousness has the potential to infinitely expand, and it's been doing it for quite some time now, before being born, during sleep, meditation, and death. You'll begin to feel calmer the more your consciousness expands. If you start doubting whether you've reached consciousness expansion or not, redo the process. If you suddenly feel like you see things from an outside perspective, it's the perfect opportunity to explore your Akashic records. Begin to slowly unwind the event and recognize where responsibility lies. You'll notice that there is extra space to let enjoy. Feel the happiness and rejoice amidst the vibrations of joy. Chapter 6. How to Heal. Turbulence and times of distress go hand in hand with living. At one point in life, you will get to live an experience, no matter how big or how small, that is going to be a turning point. It'll be like a wake-up call where you feel it is time to take the reins of your life and start to seek healing. Healing from abusive relationships, from traumas caused by losing a loved one, or perhaps from shock after miraculously surviving a fatal accident. In most cases, they are the monumental events that you witness in your life that forces you to hit the pause button and realize it is time to actively try to get past them and move on with your life that you always envisioned for yourself. However, in other cases, healing is not triggered by obvious transpiring. Instead, it can be a feeling of unsettling and lack of fulfillment from the life that you are leading. So, you decide to do something about it. As we discussed in previous chapters, accessing your Akashic records can be of great help during your healing process. Uncovering key information about your past lives and what your soul has been up to will lead you to the root cause of some of the issues that you are dealing with in your current life. Many people are at first drawn to the Akashic records out of curiosity. However, they tend to continue this practice after they see firsthand how their healing journey has improved and come into fruition. In this chapter, we will talk about healing, what it means, how can you achieve it, and the role the Akashic records play in this sought-after state of mind. What is healing? The healing that we talk about here is not a physical one, but rather it is the kind of healing that takes place on a deeper, subconscious level. It is the healing that fixes the metaphorical heartbreak and wounds of the soul. Although this spiritual healing depends on energies that you do not get to see, when you reach it, it will turn your whole life upside down. When you are healed, you will start to see the world through different eyes. You will learn how to deal with your pains and overcome future ordeals because you already have the tools you need to heal yourself, and you simply recall them. As we move forward, you will get to learn that acceptance and love are cornerstones of healing. All experienced healers will tell you that unless you approach the Akashic records with acceptance towards whatever you might find, you will not be able to reap the benefits of this powerful experience. The universe operates in great precision with everything that happens, and these things all happen for a reason. It is your responsibility to make sense of your life experiences, and that is exactly why you need to suffer in the first place and then go looking for ways to heal. It is believed that the universe uses pain to grab your attention and let you know that you are straying away from your destined path. But just because the records are already there and you are expected to walk through a certain path, it does not mean that your pain is inescapable and you are destined to endure it for eternity. As we explained in previous chapters, you are free to rewrite the story of your present life should you wish. The healing aspect in Akashic records. Based on what we learned so far about the Akashic records, your healing powers already exist within. All you need is some guidance to tap into these powers and put them into motion. When you go to an Akashic records reading, the reader is simply using the records as a medium to invite the healing energy that exists within the universe to come through. So, you can think of the Akashic records as a tool used to enable you to reach healing. What is magical about this process is how your mind will quickly pick up on the healing information that it perceives during a reading. You will feel like you have been there before, and you know exactly what you should do. What happens during the readings is that you are unearthing capabilities and knowledge from your deep subconscious towards the shallower conscious so that you can utilize them in your present life. Learning that you used to be a queen in medieval times can be a good enough reason to convince you to change your self-demeaning ways, which are costing you a lot of pain and sabotaging your relationships. What is even more interesting is that the healing you seek through the Akashic Records can work the other way around. You might need to work on healing your previous selves so that they can reflect on your present one. The records will shed light on burdens and heaviness that weighed you down in past lives and travel through into your life today. In such cases, you will have to focus on working in the past so that you can give yourself the best chance to enjoy a fully healed future. The Akashic Records are more purposeful than you think. They will allow you to see what you need to heal the specific pains that you were suffering from at the time that you reach out. Given how overwhelming the amount of data they hold, it would be useless to subject you to their immensity. Instead, they are there to help you and walk with you while you do the work to heal. The idea is fascinating and stresses on the fact that when it comes to healing your soul, all you really need is yourself, with all its complex layers manifested in different dimensions. How to heal. Now that we have reached the meat of this chapter, it is time to look at the different ways of healing that the Akashic Records can guide you through. Find answers about your life. Among the millions of questions that run through your mind daily, there are more pressing ones that command your attention and are important enough to urge you to go look for answers. Such questions might be about your origins, who your ancestors were, and how everything is affecting your life. You could also be wondering about your love life and whether you should initiate a relationship with a certain person. The answers to these questions can only exist beyond our physical world. The Akashic Records can help you find what you are looking for. It is the only place where you can find information about your lineage and evidence of whether your potential suitor is your soulmate or not. This will give you the leverage you need to cure past traumas or cut ties with an unsuitable partner so that you can reach contentment. Maybe you thought that you were bound to go through life blindly making monumental decisions that will impact all areas of your life. However, now you should know that you have the choice to call upon the powers of the Akashic Records and tip the scales in your favor. Clear the mess. Like all people, you must be guilty of allowing negative feelings and energies into your life. Maybe you have been resorting to violence and inflicting pain on others as well as yourself without meaning to, or maybe for reasons beyond your control. By looking through the Akashic Records, you can finally have the answers you need to identify the source of this behavior so that you can have a chance to fix it. Many people who suffer from similar behavioral disorders often find that abuse has been part of their past lives, and they have never come to terms with accepting it as a flaw that they must deal with. It is a unique opportunity to clear the mess that has been accumulating and replace it with more amiable qualities so that you can heal to be the person that you know deep down that you are. Unlock your potential. As we mentioned earlier, maybe your healing journey is not one of correcting wrongs, but instead, it is about accessing your full potential. Living a limiting life that does not honor the potential that you, as an individual, are uniquely blessed with can be your ailment. You will realize from the Akashic Records just how special you are and how many areas in your personality are yet to unfold. This powerful knowledge of your own capabilities will liberate you from the self-imposed prison that is boxing you into a less fulfilling life than the one that you are entitled to. It is funny how sometimes we need some external medium to give us a clearer look and make more sense of what lies within the deepest corners of our beings. Befriend your soul. There is no chance of living in harmony unless your mind, body, and soul are aligned. Balance is the most powerful law that is governing our existence. When it is interrupted, you immediately feel that there is something wrong with your life. Your problem can be described as a simple imbalance. However, the same cannot be said about the magnitude of this turbulent relationship that you have with your soul. Through the Akashic Records, you will get to understand how, compared to your soul, your body is an infant. Your soul, on the other hand, has been accumulating wisdom through its journey, so you need to seek amendments. Show your soul the respect it deserves, and do not ignore it as a mere voice from within. Learn how to listen and benefit from its lessons. You will go through different situations where your mind has come to a certain decision, but your soul is not quite on board. This is exactly the time where you will feel the pain that you have to attend to. Do not fight your soul. Learn to let it have its way so that you can move forward in your healing journey. Open your eyes to the possibilities. Once you acknowledge the vastness of this universe and the endless possibilities that it has to offer, you will be less likely to accept defeat and will be inspired to heal and start anew. During Akashic Records regressions, you can get to live through one of the many possible lives that you can potentially enjoy, or you had at some point in time. This transformative demo will compel you to see your present life as a blank canvas that you get to paint and repaint, however and whenever you wish. You will stop seeing yourself as a victim of the circumstances you are surrounded by, and you can choose to explore the myriad of possibilities that are waiting for you. Have affirmation that you are on the right path. While the possibilities you have are infinite, your body, unfortunately, is not. Time is not on your side. So if you want to make sure you go as far as you can in your healing journey, you will need some affirming signs. This time, the Akashic Records can provide some signs to let you know if you are indeed on the right path. By pulling future records and opening a window into your future self, you will be able to make better decisions in the here and now. This comforting knowledge will be good enough for you to feel like you are doing your best and are trying to make sure that you are living up to what is expected of you. Cultivate positive energy. Energy is ever moving, and that constant state of flowing is always changing in nature and characteristics. You want to make sure that you always make way for positive energy to flow through your life. This is an important part of healing, knowing how to attract the right kind of energy when you need it most. Given the elusive nature of energy, this can be one of the hardest parts of your journey. However, once again, the Akashic Records can lend you a helping hand by showing you exactly where energy tends to get trapped so that you can clear the blockage and help it travel through. When you learn how to access your records easier and faster, this mission, that seems impossible at first, will become much more obvious to you, so that you can pinpoint immediately where you need to get to work. Realize your strength. You cannot say that you are completely healed unless you have fully grasped your own strength. You will need this realization to lean upon whenever you want to undergo further healing. The Akashic Records will confirm that you can harness your strength as you did before, and as you will continue to do well into the future. It is how your healing process can come full circle. Stop patterns from your past lives. If you remember, we have talked extensively about past lives in Chapter 4 of this audiobook and how they affect the healing process. When the Akashic Records uncovers old and lingering patterns, you can have a clearer idea about your pain areas. It is important to note that learning how to master the skill of scanning through your past to make necessary healing changes will need some time, some patience, and courage to dig through those old files. Feel like you belong. The connections you get to feel with the universe and all creatures, human and otherwise in this life, is what accessing the Akashic Records will reveal to you. As a human being, you will always want to feel like you belong to something bigger, and this is a healing power. Knowing that you are not alone and that you have all the support that you might ever need can be an agent to recovery, and you will be able to heal completely. Healing is an ongoing process. You do not get to do it once and think that it should last you a lifetime. It takes commitment and a lot of work to be able to create a healing practice that can work for you time after time. Every day that you are living, there is potential pain waiting to disrupt your peace and take over your life. Unless you know how to deal with this pain and how to approach it fully knowing that you already have all the tools you need to conquer it, you will be standing in your own way. If you are going to be attempting an Akashic Records reading, you should know that you must be well prepared for what you might learn. Many people go for it reluctantly, underestimating its powers, and end up being either disappointed, thinking it does not work for them, or they go into a state of shock after being overwhelmed by its intensity. In the next chapter, you will get to learn everything you need so that you can be prepared for accessing and reading your Akashic Records. Chapter 7. How to access and read your Akashic Records. You might now be curious about how you can finally access and read the Akashic Records. The process of reading your own records and reading someone else's can be vastly different. However, this chapter focuses on reading your own records. Before you start using the pathway prayer to access the records, you need to follow some simple rules to make sure that your readings go without a hitch. Rules to keep in mind when accessing the Akashic Records. Alcohol and drugs hinder you. Not only do alcohol and drugs distort your perception of reality, but they also affect your soul's vibrations and aura. When you are not fully in control of yourself, your energy field will be distorted. During any reading of the Akashic Records, the reader's aim should be uncovering the truth. Nonetheless, this cannot be achieved if your perception is not in its optimal state. Also, it is quite disrespectful to enter the Akashic realm in such a state. Remember, you will be in the presence of the lords, masters, teachers, and loved ones. Although they have only pure love for you, you should not take the gift they are giving you for granted. So, it is best to steer away from drugs and alcohol at least 24 hours before you attempt a reading. We, of course, are excluding prescription drugs from the rule. You need your prescription medicine to stay in tip-top shape, so it makes sense to continue taking it even if you want to attempt reading your records. Rest assured that any prescription medications should not have any impact on the quality of your experience in the Akashic realm. Your legal name matters. Names are powerful entities, and you should not underestimate the power that your name possesses. All names have varying vibrations, and by using your legal name, your records will know that it is indeed you and allow you to seek knowledge from the Akashic realm. When trying to open your Akashic Records, you should always use your full legal name, not any variation that you go by daily. This means that you should avoid using nicknames as well when opening the records. Nevertheless, there are some exceptions to this rule. For instance, if you have recently gotten married and had to change your last name and take your husband's name, you might still feel that your name does not truly reflect who you are. Because your new last name has not been fully integrated into your soul and identity, you might opt to use your original surname instead. Similarly, if you have recently completed getting a divorce or feel unsatisfied with your marriage, you may also use your maiden name without any consequences. Immersion when reading the records is crucial. When you open the Akashic Records, your state of consciousness shifts as you go deeper than ever before. Therefore, you should spend enough time in the records to get to that state of consciousness. Take the time to observe what you see, what you hear, and even smell. The Akashic realm offers a new, exciting experience, so you should make the best out of it. Aim to stay around 15 minutes to a full hour in the Akashic realm to get a feel of it. Nothing is stopping you from spending more than an hour in the Akashic realm. However, your reading should not interfere with your productivity or life in general. The records are there to guide you, not to distract you. To prevent yourself from getting sidetracked, keep your sessions between 15 minutes to an hour for maximum benefits. A mix of rituals is not the best approach. You might be already practicing other rituals. Reading your record should not be affected if you do not mix rituals. Some rituals, for example, require that you ingest psychedelics or other drugs to take your perception to the next level. Yet, as mentioned in a previous point, drugs, alcohol, or any substance that alters your perception can be dangerous when you are trying to read the Akashic Records. While you are certainly free to pursue other rituals as well, it is always better not to mix them with a reading of your records, especially if their rules go against those of reading the records. Even if their rules do not contradict with each other, keeping your reading sessions and other rituals separate always yields better results. Some questions work better than others. When you are trying to access your records for the first time, it is easy to feel overwhelmed. Akashic Records offer a new realm of vast knowledge, so you might not know which questions to ask. Some forms of questions work better than others. Yes or no questions do not work well because the lords, master, teachers, and loved ones do not give definitive answers, lest they sway your opinion. While you may want to ask those knowledgeable beings about what you should do, they will never give you a straight answer. If you ask a yes or a no question, they will probably follow your question with even more questions. By doing this, they will take you on a journey of self-reflection through which you can find the answer on your own. In this sense, it is always better to ask questions that start with how, what, or why. So let's say that you are having doubts about your current romantic relationship and are not sure whether you and your partner are ready to get married. So instead of asking, should we get married? You can say, what will our marriage look like? Or how will getting married affect our relationship? Such forms of questions usually enable you to get better insights and more helpful answers. The role of the lords, the masters, the teachers, and the loved ones. Throughout the audiobook, the lords, the masters, the teachers, and the loved ones of the Akashic Records have been mentioned a few times. Although you might now be able to guess what they do, you still need to fully understand their roles before reading your records for the first time. Not only do they have different roles, but they have different natures too. The Lords of the Records. The Lords of the Records is the highest authority in the Akashic realm. They are the keepers of the records and their protectors. They are entities made of light, and their sole goal is to enrich humanity and improve people's lives, helping them reach their divine ideal. Because they are responsible for keeping the Akashic Records safe, they have the power to either accept or reject people's entrance to the Akashic realm. However, the Lords do not do that to strip people of their right to read their own records, but rather because they might not be ready to do so. Reading the Akashic Records requires a huge deal of spiritual power and flexible thinking, which might not be feasible for everyone in the present moment. Moreover, when you ask a question, they can choose to withhold information if they think it is unwise to give you such information at that moment. The Lords do not reveal themselves to you, but they pass the information to the masters, the teachers, and the loved ones, who in turn help guide you. Everyone's Akashic Records are guarded by the Lords, which means that the Lords are not assigned to you specifically. The Masters. The Masters are also beings made of light. As opposed to the Lords, every Master is assigned to a specific group, meaning that the Masters do not have a universal responsibility like the Lords, but they focus rather on individuals. Even if you have been reincarnated a dozen times, your masters remain the same. For this reason, you may sense that they feel familiar when you are in their presence. Think of the masters as your soul's keepers. They just want your soul to grow, gain more experience, and learn specific lessons. According to your needs, when you open the records, the masters can call for the help of certain teachers and loved ones who can help you with your endeavors. Then there's the teachers. Now, teachers are a bit different from the masters or lords when it comes to their prior history. It is usually claimed that they have been normal human beings in another life before they chose to help other souls reach their divine ideal. As elaborated on in the previous point, the teachers are called upon by the masters based on your needs. So this means you can have different teachers each time you open your records. Teachers are lesson specific, meaning that once you learn a lesson, they will leave, and other teachers will take their place to teach you a new lesson. The teachers' identities when they were alive are a subject of debate, as some experts believe that they were ordinary people who just happened to have great spiritual power, while others believe that they were influential figures. Regardless of these opposing opinions, the teachers prefer to keep their identity a secret because they believe that this information is irrelevant to your soul's journey to growth. The loved ones. The loved ones were certainly regular people once. Not only that, but they were also tied to you before their death. Your loved ones might be deceased relatives, friends, or even acquaintances. It does not matter how brief your relationship was when they were alive. You must know that your loved ones intentionally chose to guide your journey. Similarly to how the teachers act, the loved ones also think it is better not to uncover their true identities. However, they may do so if they think it can be beneficial during a specific reading. Your loved ones are not usually present all at once. They take turns to support you during every reading. A guide to how you can read your records. Understanding the pathway prayer and the role of the lords, the masters, the teachers, and the loved ones, it is finally the right time to access your records and take control of your destiny. Keep in mind that, given the right preparations, the process of reading your records should be easy. To make sure that you can access your records currently, follow the next steps. Finding the right place. As you advance, you will be able to access your records anytime and anywhere. Yet for the purpose of this chapter, we are assuming that this is your first time opening the Akashic Records. Thus, this will require finding a quiet place where you can concentrate. It does not matter whether the place is indoors or outdoors if it offers you a sense of privacy. You can also burn some incense to set the mood and help yourself relax. If you have any pets or children, make sure that they cannot disturb you during your reading session. Moreover, you can play some classical music if you prefer not to stay in a completely quiet area. Meditating. This step is crucial if you want to get an accurate Akashic reading. Meditating is a great way of centering and grounding yourself. When you enter the Akashic realm, you want to be free of your daily worries, and to achieve this, you need to keep your mind blank. For some people, it may prove hard to just pull the plug and relax. Nonetheless, by practicing meditation for a few minutes before each session, you can reach a state of inner nirvana that will help you communicate well with your masters, teachers, and loved ones. Reading the prayer. The pathway prayer creates a bridge through which you can reach the Akashic realm. When reading the opening prayer, try to read the first and last paragraphs out loud. When the records are finally open, do not ask too many questions at once. As it is your first time to read the Akashic Records, you must get a feel of the Akashic realm, which means you should not ask any questions at first. Just try to take in as much as you can, and then close the records after 15 minutes. Focusing on a question. After you get a feel of what the Akashic Records have to offer, you can reopen them after 10 minutes or so. Now it is the right time to ask your questions. As explained previously, steer away from any yes or no questions and direct requests for advice. Also, you need to focus on one question at a time. Because you have past, present, and future records, you must decide which part of the eternal timeline that you want to look at. Having this clarity is very important if you want a seamless reading. Remember, your Akashic records are always present, so do not worry if you cannot collect your thoughts right now. You can just return to them later when you have more clarity on the questions that you want to ask. Grounding yourself after every reading. Your consciousness shifts when you access the Akashic records. You may think of it as a trance of some sort. Therefore, it is vital that you return to your normal state of consciousness when you close the records. To come back to yourself and resume your day, you need to find an activity that requires your full attention, something that you cannot do mindlessly. You can do some stretches or exercises, cook, talk to a friend, or play with your pet. Under no circumstances should you skip this step. Grounding is an extremely important part of every reading session. Practicing your new talent. Yes, accessing the Akashic records is a talent. Everyone is born with the innate ability to access the records, but only those who practice enough can get a correct reading every time. For this reason, you need to open your Akashic records as often as you can, especially during the first month. You can also practice your new ability by reading other people's records, which we will talk about in detail in the next chapter. In any case, do not ignore your Akashic records for too long, as you need to get used to the shift of consciousness this process requires every time. Keeping a journal. Because you will learn many things during your time in the Akashic realm, you need to document your experience in detail. Keeping a journal is a great way of doing so. Not only will your journal allow you to describe your experience in that realm, but it will also help you keep track of all the feelings you may have. Furthermore, you can jot down the answers, future possibilities, and guidance you receive during your readings. Also, feel free to write down any other questions that you want to ask during your next session. This will help you identify the past records that need to be rewritten, the current patterns you want to change, and the future possibilities that you want to either avoid or make use of. Chapter 8. Reading for Others. The difference between reading your Akashic records and reading someone else's. There are some core differences between opening and reading your own Akashic records and helping someone else by reading their records for them. When reading for others, there are some guidelines that you must follow. Such guidelines are vastly different from the guidelines we have established in the previous chapter. Reading the records of another person is both an honor and a privilege, so you should be ready for this responsibility. Here are some of the guidelines you can follow to giving a successful Akashic reading. Consent is crucial. Akashic records hold a person's every thought, emotion, action, and intent. They are the records of their life, and they also contain the records of the past ones. As you can infer, letting someone else read your records can make you feel vulnerable because you are trusting them with every detail of your life. Therefore, it is extremely important not to force reading on anyone. You need to get the person's explicit consent if you want to give them an Akashic reading. Also, do not try to manipulate them into giving you the permission. In fact, it is even preferable that your clients or your loved ones come to you asking for a reading, not the other way around. As you gain more experience, you may be able to discern others' needs and find out that they indeed do need a reading. But ultimately, it is not your choice. If the other person shows some hesitation, it means that the lords of the records do not think it is the right time for that person to know more. Regardless of the person's final decision, you need to continue providing love and support. Discretion is key. Well, this one goes without saying, but we need to make sure that you are aware of the secrecy any Akashic reading should involve. As mentioned previously, a person's records contain a depiction of their whole life. When you are chosen to help someone else know more about themselves, you become their secret keeper. For this reason, you must prove to that person that they have made the right choice when they trusted you by upholding a code of secrecy. This means that you should never divulge any information about the readings that you give others, even if you are not disclosing strictly private details. Sometimes you might want to tell people about your growing experience and how you are using your talents to help others. Yet, it is better to keep it to yourself unless the person agrees to share the details of their sessions. Put yourself in their shoes. Would you like it if someone else shared your most private details with strangers? Clarity matters. People who give others Akashic readings often report that they do not fully understand the information or the images they are presented with. Well, rest assured that this is completely normal. Because you are reading another person's records, not everything you are going to see or hear is going to make sense. Nonetheless, it is your duty to inform the other person of what you have seen. You'd be surprised that they might be able to make sense of it. In any case, it is crucial that you remain gentle, supportive, and respectful when presenting the information. Keep your readings free of judgment and make them a safe place for anyone who needs your help. Minors are easily influenced. You should never try to open a minor's Akashic records because they are still being shaped. If you attempt to give a minor an Akashic reading, you risk influencing them and changing their future in some way, especially if you opt to open their future records. Moreover, this involves an even bigger moral dilemma, the issue of consent. Minors do not have the mental maturity required to consent. This is why any attempt to get their permission is considered coercion. So what should you do if a minor's parents ask you to open his or her records? Well, the short answer is you should say no. Nevertheless, you can instead get their permission to access their own records if they have any questions about how they can improve their parenting methods. This way, you can still help the parents and respect the minor's rights at the same time. Your emotions can get entangled. Objectivity is vital when you are giving someone else an Akashic reading. As you are going to be presented with intimate information about their lives, you must view this information and relay it objectively. Try to eliminate your own emotions from the equation to avoid upsetting the other person. You also should not give the person direct advice based on what you have seen in their records. You should allow them the freedom to choose how they are going to use the information that you have given them. If you notice that you keep getting upset or even angry when people do not act on your advice, then you should take a break from giving others Akashic readings until you feel you can approach the sessions with impartiality. What to do if you cannot get a person's consent? Well, you may find that you are either met with resistance or hesitation when asking others to open their Akashic records. While this may signal that it is not the right time in most cases, the resistance or the hesitation you face can be easily remedied. If you cannot get a person's permission to read their records, there are two things that you can do. Reassuring them. The easiest thing you can do is to alleviate any doubts that the other person might be having. The person's resistance to letting you open their records could stem from some misconceptions they already have heard about Akashic records in general. They may think that they are not real, or that accessing the records will put them in unnecessary danger. You first must understand where the other person is coming from to help them get over their fears and their doubts. In most cases, having a sincere talk about the nature and merits of opening the Akashic records will convince the person to give you their permission. Opening your own records. If you have hit a dead end and cannot get the other person's permission, no matter how hard you try to reassure them, then it's time to step back and respect their wishes. However, this should not stop you from continuing to give them your support in every way that they need. Opening your own records is a great means of doing so. By opening your records and talking to your masters, teachers, and loved ones, you can ask them how you can help that person to reach their divine ideal. Your masters, teachers, and loved ones will provide you with effective ways of helping the other person's soul grow and learn new lessons, even if you cannot open their records right now. How to conduct an Akashic reading for another person. Well, after following the above guidelines and reassuring the person of the safety of opening their Akashic records, you can now proceed to access and read their records. You need to use the pathway prayer process mentioned in the 3rd chapter. Nonetheless, the way you read the prayer is going to be a bit different. Here's a breakdown of the full process. Preparing yourself. When you are trying to open someone else's records, you should always prepare yourself first. You need to let go of your worries, especially if you are usually plagued with thoughts of inadequacy. The core difference between reading your own records and reading another person's records is that you might suffer from stage fright when it is time to conduct a reading. To fix this, you must put the other person's needs first, meaning that you must focus on how the reading will benefit them instead of dwelling on your own emotions. You can meditate for a few minutes to alleviate stress and become ready to start the session. Opening and closing the records. Because you want to put the other person at ease, the way you read the pathway prayer must reflect that. The first paragraph of the opening prayer should always be read out loud to signal your intention to open the Akashic records. On the other hand, the second paragraph deals with the personal feelings of the reader, you, so it should not be read out loud. By reading the second paragraph, you actively call upon God to protect you from selfishness and help you stay focused on the reading. You should keep in mind that the third paragraph is where the biggest change lies. Based on the previous chapters, you should now be aware of the importance of using the person's legal name when opening their records. Yet, because you do not want to make the person feel out of depth, you can use their first name or even nickname when reading the third paragraph out loud. Then, you can read the paragraph again by sub-vocalizing it, using the person's legal name. Finally, the last line should always be read aloud, as it signals that you have successfully opened the Akashic records. While the opening prayer is different when giving another person a reading, the closing prayer is the same. So after you get the information you need, read all the lines of the closing prayer out loud to show your gratitude for the masters, the teachers, and the loved ones. Grounding yourself. Your consciousness shifts as you open the Akashic records. Then it shifts again to its normal state when you close them. You may notice that after closing the person's records, you still feel some residual emotions from the reading. As you enter the person's records, you experience their past lives and troubles firsthand. Therefore, you could still feel a bit disoriented even after you close their records. Nevertheless, you have nothing to worry about. By finding an activity that requires your full attention, or what we call a grounding activity, you can let go of all the residue the reading sessions has left. Things you can do to ensure the integrity of the reading. Find somewhere quiet. Your goal as an Akashic reader should be finding the truth, and this requires a quiet area where you can stay focused. If you are conducting the reading in your house or office, make sure that the area is free of distractions and noises. On the other hand, if you are conducting the reading in the person's house, you must ask them to prepare a quiet area beforehand. If the Akashic records are open, you have to make sure that nothing can distract you both. So as you can see, every Akashic reading requires some serious preparation. Be careful when giving remote readings. Not having the other person in the same room does not mean you cannot open the records. You can still conduct remote readings either online or on the phone. However, you must ensure that your technology is up to the task. You must make sure that your phone or laptop is fully charged. Also, you need to check your internet connection to avoid any connection issues during the session. According to what the person needs, they may ask you to record the session, so make sure that you have a functional camera around. Get finances out of the way. There is no shame in charging a fee for your readings. In fact, you might be able to turn your talents into a profession as you become more advanced and attuned to the energy of the Akashic realm. If you have already chosen to charge a fee, make sure to collect it before you start the reading, just to get it out of the way. This way, you can focus solely on accessing the other person's records and helping them reach their divine ideal. However, we do not recommend that you charge a fee directly after you open your own records for the first time, because you need enough practice to be able to justify charging a fee for your readings. So offer free readings for the first 2 or 3 months. Have a ready set of questions. Just like when you are reading your own records, you need to have specific questions in mind when reading the records of the other people. Of course, you will not be able to come up with a list of questions that you need to ask on the other person's behalf without discussing it with them first. Thus, you need to ask the person to prepare the questions that they want to ask. In this spirit, you must elaborate on the difference between question forms and which ones work better than others. If you still get a list full of yes or no questions, you can discuss with the other person how you can paraphrase such inquiries and change them into questions that start with why, what, and how. Similarly, you need to let the other person know that they will not be able to ask personal questions about someone else unless they share a relationship with that individual. In any case, the information they will get about the other person will be limited to the context of their relationship. Repeat the pathway prayer. Despite your best attempts, you may still feel like there is an invisible barrier between you and the person's records. Additionally, your emotions may become entangled in the reading, negatively impacting your impartiality. If this happens, you can read the pathway prayer again to get rid of any negative energy or tension that you might be sensing. The prayer's job is to clarify your aura and help you see the truth. So whenever in doubt, just repeat the prayer and then continue where you left off. The benefits of reading others' Akashic records. Well, you gain more experience. The more time you spend in the Akashic realm, the more experience you gain, and the easier it becomes to shift your consciousness when needed. Not only will this enable you to help others reach their divine ideal, but it will also improve your own personal readings down the line. As time passes, accessing and reading your records will become easier. Not only that, but you will also be able to get an accurate reading every time. So even if you do not get any monetary gain from it, reading other people's records can help you become more experienced with the Akashic realm. Becoming more attuned to others' needs. As you conduct more and more readings from others, you will notice that you are becoming more attuned to their needs. You will be able to relay the information you have been given as gently and respectfully as you can. Moreover, your perception will go beyond this physical realm, as you will be able to see other people in the light of the Akashic records. This means you are going to be able to love all souls equally without any prejudice. Also, you will get rid of any judgmental patterns of behavior that you might have had in the past and replace them with unequivocal love and acceptance. Chapter 9. Exercises and Meditations. Accessing your Akashic records will help you in keeping alignment with your real purpose. Once you connect with your soul and understand the reason behind your existence, it will be easier to find an avenue of escape from the worrisome, egotistical, fearful mind. Different meditation exercises are mostly designed to teach you the most beneficial questions that you can ask to strengthen your connection with your Akashic records. This way, you will have a deeper connection, which will provide you with the guidance that you are seeking. You can tailor these exercises to fit your life, experience, and desires. These meditation exercises can help you in all aspects of your life, personal, professional, and yes, even with your romantic relationships. However, they are worthless if you can't open your mind and heart to the truth and guidance that they will help you unlock. Exercise number 1. This is the first exercise you must dip into in order to escape the mind that reverberates with fears, troubles, and doubts. Silencing your mind will enable you to be more open to all the information and power you will unlock by accessing your Akashic records. Beginners who aren't used to meditation or opening their heart centers can still master this technique with some simple steps, such as letting their muscles relax until they can no longer feel their bodies and start to feel their minds quieten. Be grateful for the progress you achieve until you reach a point where you are no longer distracted with a random train of thoughts and doubts. All you need to do is to be present now with comfort and ease while taking deep, unhurried breaths. So number 1, try to breathe in and out as calmly and slowly as possible. With each passing breath, try to let go of your worries and allow your thoughts to drift away. Number 2, notice where your train of thought leads you without interrupting it or trying to force it to focus on any thought. Just be attentive to how each thought makes you feel while it's being lifted out of your head. Number 3, close your eyes and take another deep breath. This time, try to visualize your thoughts drifting away like a weightless cloud until they disappear into the void. Number 4, take another deep breath and try to relax your face muscles as much as you can. Make sure that your shoulders and back aren't rigid. Try to let go of any tension in your mind and body by simply breathing deeply in and out. Number 5, while you are relaxing even more, try to gently let your mind drift down into the center of your heart. Let your mind float peacefully into your heart center, where tranquility and serenity emanate. At this point, you should start to feel a sense of divine love vibrating deep within your heart. Number 6, allow the spark of divine love to slowly turn into a flame that ignites every part of your body and soul. Number 7, immerse your body in the peace and light that radiates within your heart, filling you up. Number 8, you should feel a sense of familiarity and comfort that radiates from your heart center throughout your whole body until you start feeling connected to your eternal spirit that is open to receiving guidance and inspiration. And number 9, whenever you are in a state of agitation, or if you need the calming experience, resort to the peace within. This is your eternal soul of tranquility that never ceases to exist. Exercise number 2, clearing records of time. To be able to clear the records of time and space, it's important to identify the times of your life where you often felt challenged. You need to be aware of the pattern of all the days, the weeks, the seasons, the events, or even years that you feel brought you the most challenges that you can't seem to get over. You can seek the help of your record journal to write down these events in clear notes to connect the dots to reach a clear pattern that you can work with. So number 1, start with the behaviors, the thoughts, and the emotions you felt at those times. Make sure to list all the tough ones that you were trying to get rid of and clear out your records. Number 2, at the same time, start listing all the empowering and pleasant thoughts and emotions you would like to replace your negative energies with. Number 3, after you have identified a clear temporal pattern of all the negative emotions you want to clear, visualize a clock with all the time periods you have in mind. This is when you might start noticing a lot of images or writings of the events that you are trying to erase unfolding before your eyes. Number 4, without hesitation, see yourself wiping out all these images, thoughts, and writings until your clock is as clear as crystal. Number 5, make sure to pay close attention to the words that will start to appear in your mind. Concentrate on erasing all negative words that might penetrate your thoughts. Then, try reinforcing positive emotions and energies, such as pleasure, relaxation, fulfillment, happiness, and blissful achievements. Visualize your clock with colorful hues and joyous images of yourself while you are experiencing your life in the way that you desire. Number 6, after you have filled your clock with the happy moments you aspire to, it's time to rewrite all the dreadful past experiences that you would like to change. Write down in your record journal all the hardships you have gone through and the emotions they evoke within your heart. Number 7, write down how you would like to approach these hard times and the different beliefs and attitudes you think would help. Number 8, be kind to yourself when you remember all your mistakes. Implement self-empowerment, positive self-evaluation, and peace of mind. Move forward from self-loathing and all the cruel thoughts you have constantly criticized yourself with. Number 9, after you have drawn a clear path of all the experiences you want to rewrite and the different approaches you would like to take, begin to meditate with slow, deep breaths. Number 10, visualize a clear image of a place where you consistently go through these bad experiences. Envision yourself erasing all the dark shadows that roam in it with the affirmation in mind that you are letting go of all and any toxic attachment you might have once held towards that place. Number 11, I am free and comfortable. I have a history, but I'm not my history. Repeat these words in your mind or even out loud while you imagine the place in question. And number 12, after you start feeling a wave of tranquility soothing your body, begin to visualize a more vibrant and happier version of the place, ignited by a beautiful warm light that is clearing all the darkness that once lived there. When your purposes pile up, each passing lifetime brings us different experiences through which we are directed to our new purpose. Exploring these experiences and satisfying our purposes are our only gateways to emotional growth, and consequently, the evolution of our souls. These experiences slowly form a map to our soul to guide us forward in life. With passing time, we become more complex in terms of our minds, emotions, and reactions. It becomes harder to understand our feelings, our motivations, and even our true selves. Therefore, you find so many people suffering from distorted self-images that push them to doubt their own perception of reality. A critical part of record investigation is understanding the complex layers to ourselves. To heal and move forward, we must peel back these layers. This will not only help us in understanding our purposes, but it will also guide us to grasp a clear idea of who we really are. This journey of exploring one's soul truth will eventually give them the long-awaited healing for past and present pains. When a certain unhealthy situation, emotion, or reaction persists, then it should give us a clear sign to start looking into the past to be able to understand the present. In these situations, looking into the causes and the reasons why your karma is insisting on coming back is the only smart move. Only then can we begin to grasp the right way of looking into our souls to break free of these negative cycles. While some patterns are harder to unfold, you can still change your past, present, or even your future with a simple act. Once you manage to do the powerful shift of power and energy, you will be able to start getting rid of more problems and negative emotions with each step of this illuminating journey. Being less burdened with the difficulties we had in our past will allow us to be more open to the changes our future is holding, to become empowered and liberated. Exercise to unfold the past. After you have understood the power held by unfolding the layers of complex reactions and emotions to understand our true selves, you need to start pinning down where it all seems to go wrong. This exercise might be tasking, but it is necessary for healing and being able to move forward. So number 1, close your eyes and take deep, long breaths. Number 2, let your mind wander to the moments in your life where you felt frustrated, sad, and agitated without understanding the reason behind your misery. After accessing your records and unfolding the different layers to your emotions, most people find that there is one evil root behind all of their misery. This is when the puzzle pieces should start coming together. Number 3, in your head, create a map of all the different difficult events and your reaction to them. Pay close attention to the repeated hard times. Do you get the feeling that there is a certain energy that is blocking your path to happiness? Do you get the feeling that there is a certain event that you are compensating for, paying its price? Number 4, determine what the obstacles are that are standing between you and your happiness, your wealth, finding true love, the creativity you long for, and even the healing you desperately need. Number 5, start identifying the pattern that is forming in front of your own eyes. Number 6, with each deep inhale and exhale, allow yourself to move from these hard moments. Number 7, right here is when you should focus all of your attention on relaxing your body and emptying your mind. Number 8, looking into the records of the past, present, and future is easy when you understand that all time is happening and vibrating at the same time. Number 9, focus all your attention on opening the source of every trouble you have gone through, each negative feeling you have experienced, and every evil thought that has made its way to your mind. Number 10, you will come to notice that there is a certain event that your mind seems to circulate back to despite your effort to move on from it. Number 11, once you have defined that certain event that you can't seem to ignore, let your mind explore it further, unfolding each aspect of it. An exercise to viewing the past life records. This exercise is designed to help you access the sacred temple and your Akashic Records screen to witness an event from your past life. This isn't about just any random experience that already happened in your past life. It should be connected with your focused intention. Make sure to attentively follow the script after you have prepared your mind, your heart, and your soul to be open to any type of information on your screen from your Akashic Records guide. This is a meditation process that encompasses 2 different phases, rather than just a one-time exercise. You can revisit this exercise whenever needed to tackle the same experience more than once, or different experiences that you would like to explore further before you begin with the second part of this experience that involves rewriting and changing what needs to be altered. You can use this technique to heal all sorts of traumas, emotional scars, and negative energies in your records. Just like any meditation exercise, start by putting your body and mind into a state of relaxation. Begin to count from 6 down to 1. With each descending number, remember to take a deep breath as you begin to feel yourself diving deeper and deeper into a state of tranquility. Without forcing yourself, let your mind gently float to your sacred temple, where you usually find great comfort and peace while feeling deeply connected with your soul. Think of your sacred temple as a pool that you slowly dip your body into with each passing number that you count. With each breath you inhale, focus on a certain part of your body. With each exhalation, focus on relaxing these body part muscles. Then, relax your face muscles, letting go of any tension, especially in the forehead and the eyebrow areas. 5. Focus on loosening the muscles of your tense shoulders. The count of 4. Feel your deep breaths filling up your abdomen area like an inflated balloon. Then exhale slowly to feel your stomach slowly going back to its original state, just like deflating a balloon gradually. Count 3. Let go of any tension in your lower body, appreciating all the times your legs have supported your weight. Count 2. As your body begins to dive deeper into relaxation, try to let go of all your concerns, worries, and fears. Let your mind drop into your heart center to be able to feel calmer and more relaxed. Count 1. As you feel your body and mind slowly floating in your sacred temple, ride this warm wave of relaxation to get glimpses of your past life to be able to heal your current life. Rewrite past life experiences. This is the part of the same meditation process where you can utilize the information you have collected from the first part to break the negative cycle and release any energy you would like to let go of. This part would depend on rewriting the records of any event and its results, even if they were experienced for long periods during your past life. During this part, you should focus on giving yourself a new explanation or a different approach, one which can empower you in those situations to change the feelings of powerlessness and helplessness that you felt in the past. So get to your favorite location where you can find the peace and quiet you need in this journey. Start your meditation session by relaxing your body and mind to have direct access to viewing the screen that you have already unfolded from the previous exercise. Count again from 6 down to 1 until your body enters the same state just like before. This time, you have the chance to unfold the event in question differently. Instead of unfolding the layers of a traumatizing experience that leaves you weak and shaking, you can approach it proactively to have the upper hand. Instead of revisiting the event with doubt and fear, embark into experience with confidence, filling up your vessel to have the power to change what you need to in order to rewrite your own past, present, and future. 11 powerful Akashic prayers to transform your life. You don't have to necessarily say Akashic prayer to be able to reap the healing and transformative benefits of the Akashic Records. But when you're still starting your journey, prayers can do wonders for your body and soul, giving you profound results that can take years to get with other types of meditation. The Akashic prayers and exercises mentioned in this chapter are taken from both ancient and modern Akashic sources. Number 1, the prayer of permission. As I stand in the light produced by this divinity, I'm humbly offering my body as a vessel for energy to flow within and through me. Please accept my request to access the Akashic Records. This prayer is used daily before attempting to access your Akashic Records. While it may not be required, it's quite useful because you begin to humble yourself and lose your ego to be able to see clearly. Remember that your Akashic Records contain an infinite amount of information and energy. It's advisable to prepare your mind and soul to stay focused and avoid becoming overwhelmed. The permission you're asking for isn't exactly directed to an outside external force. You're only trying to communicate to the divine that's already within you. You may be unaware of such divinity at first, but as time progresses, you'll begin to feel its presence inside you as you access the Akashic Records. Number 2, the prayer of alignment. Source, universe, soul, spirit, and the divine, please hear me as I request to be guided through the brightest and highest of vibrations. Let me understand what the truth truly means. Whatever I receive, let it be my greatest aid in this life. It's important to align your goals as you go through the Akashic Records. You need to ask yourself multiple questions about true intentions and reasons for the journey. This prayer will also remind you that you are a being that can transcend the worldly webs of illusions. The directions you are asking for do not mean that you won't be able to find the way yourself once you're in the Akashic Records. They are like a totem that you keep looking at through your journey to remember what made you come here in the first place. The prayer will help you avoid getting trapped in loops and illusions created in the past, in addition to centering your direction throughout the journey. Number 3, the prayer of going forward. Mother, Father, gods, ancestors, ancient ones, help me sever the bonds of past lives. Let my wounds heal with time. Give me the courage to release this entrapped energy within me and let the light into my soul. I will replenish my old stagnant energy with overflowing energy. Let the river of light pass through every crevice of my soul. This prayer will allow you to borrow from the energies of your family and the divine beings that surround the space around you. Your soul can absorb different forms of energy from multiple sources. Use it to your advantage while you're in the Akashic Records. While the energies around you are infinite, the odds of using all of it are slim. Borrowing from the divine beings inside and outside will help you synchronize a flow of energies through your soul. Number 4, the prayer of responsibility. I no longer follow the paths that allow me to forfeit responsibility. I thereby choose not to blame anyone else for whatever that ails me in the future, the past, and the present. I am the creator of my own human experience. I control the power to create my own divine experience, and I will never shift this responsibility to someone or something else. One of the main problems that we face as we try to resolve our deepest issues is shifting the blame for what we go through. And this will never help you move forward. What's happened has happened, and there is absolutely no need for you to relive it and think about it, consuming your energy. Take responsibility not for hurting yourself, but as acceptance for what you're feeling. Whatever happened in your past is probably something you're not responsible for. So it's your responsibility to change how you react to it. Number 5, the prayer of expulsion. God, Goddess, Mother, Ancient Ones, I need your help to cleanse myself of energies that do not belong to me. My body, aura, and energy field are filled with energies, and I know that they carry no benefit to me. Help me release this energy and send it to the divine field where they could be put to better use. Let me fill my spirit and body with the most personal and divine energies. Carrying the energy of others without knowing can place a big burden on you. Piling up of energies inside your soul will keep you from being able to achieve higher frequencies of vibrations. This doesn't mean that impersonal types of energy will negatively affect you. On the contrary, some energies can be transferred from other people to aid you in your journey in the Akashic Records. The type of energies you carry can belong to people who died thousands of years ago. Soldiers, kings, maids, children, and many other people who are connected to you through karmic patterns can leave a lifelong imprint on your energy. It's up to you to release and expel these energies to get a new opportunity to create your own complete and perfect form of energy. Number 6, the prayer of energy patterns. I humbly call upon the powers of Archangel Michael and the Akashic divinities of the realms. It's only with your help that I can untangle the webs of shadows that elude my understanding. Help me clear the interferences of karmic patterns that surround my thoughts and vibrations. Cleanse the energies brought upon infinite dimensions through infinite planes. Allow me to mold my own karmic patterns through higher vibrations. Let those energies flow away into the infinite space forever. This prayer is more of an expulsion type of prayer rather than protection. The energies that negatively interfere with the Akashic process can sometimes be too strong to expel. Remember, the mass of this energy can be insurmountable, which is why you may need to call upon the power of high divine beings. Their generosity is simply astounding. Once you recite this prayer, you'll immediately notice how the low negative vibrations are escaping from your body. Karmic energy patterns are known to be troublesome because of their ancient powers. While you might be able to reshape those patterns according to what you want to attract, it will probably take some time if you choose not to ask for help. This prayer is recommended for beginners because karmic patterns are best approached with extreme focus. The Akashic Records can and will show you how energy patterns can interfere with your soul's path. But changing those patterns to something else will be up to you. Number 7, prayer of ancestral influence. Hear me, please, Akashic beings of the divine. It's your help that I need to break the chains that have enslaved my soul for hundreds of years. Let me rejoice in the new light, unrestricted by chains that have been passed down to my soul. My body aches as it absorbs multitudes of awareness that weigh more than it can handle. Let my consciousness absorb all my ancestral heritage, and let it be aware of past and future generations. Let only the negative bonds be broken, and leave nothing but the energy of oneness with the divine. The ancestral family influence flows very deep through every soul on earth. It's impossible to reject all the energy brought through a bond that spans eternity. But it is still possible to reject and expel energies that do your soul harm. This prayer will help you take control of the energies that you draw from your ancestral origins. Every soul is different, but you'll find good and bad ancestry links within every single soul. This task isn't an easy one, which is why you'll be using the powers of the Akashic beings of light. They are ancient forces that control the flow and the mass of energy through infinite plateaus of the spiritual world. They will help you notice where your points of ancestral vulnerability lie. Unshackling yourself from the negative bonds of ancestors will make you feel light and able to create new spiritual memories for yourself. Number 8, the prayer of heaven. As the power of the divine flows through me, I know I can create with grace whatever my heart desires. I will manifest the powers of creation to let my deepest desires of heaven on earth come to existence. My purpose is to become one with the universe and to ultimately flow as energy through its endless creations. One of the strongest powers of the Akashic Records is its ability to manifest heaven on earth. Concentrating energies of endless magnitudes allows the divine being to create and attract what truly resides in the deepest parts of their soul. The Akashic aligning of energies allows you to compel the low vibrating energies to change their vibrations according to your will. The type of energy that you can emanate through this prayer will help you affect your external surroundings. Number 9, the prayer of the unknown. Father, Mother, God, Divine One, ancient beings, let me know what I need to know to stay safe. If it's not possible, then please let me release the energy associated with my fear of the unknown. I will finally move free of worries and doubts as I relinquish my fear of the unknown. One of the worst restrictors of humans is their fear of the unknown. By nature, humans are usually unaware of the effect of the energies that the future carries for them. This fear of the unknown can hinder your progress and stop you from reaching your goals because you'll be paralyzed by fear. When you're in a disturbed state, use this prayer as you enter the Akashic Records because it will help you stabilize the low vibrations. Number 10, the prayer of joy. Divine beings of light, please let me see the pleasures of this world in their truest and purest form. Remind me how to enjoy the simple acts that I once used to rejoice in doing. Let the rays of the sun softly tickle my skin and the wind to gently blow my hair again. If there is one thing you should be looking for in the Akashic Records, it's your own happiness and that of those around you. Fortunately, accessing the Akashic Records reduces a lot of the stressors that you have, removing a huge burden that can keep you from being happy and joyful. Many people think that achieving happiness is a task like the one given to Sisyphus, where a boulder must be pushed for eternity, falling down every time it reaches the top. But in fact, achieving happiness is much simpler. Accessing the Akashic Records through this prayer will remove the cynicism and pessimism that people have as they feel emotionally down. They'll understand that there is no such thing as a permanent state of energy, and it can be constantly modeled and reshaped according to an individual's will. Do not fall prey to the belief of not being in control of your conditions. Try to take responsibility for making yourself feel happy as long as you breathe. Yes, you may not permanently stay happy, but at least you'll be able to stay at a very close baseline. Number 11, the prayer of healing. Mother, Father, God, Goddess, Ancient Ones, divine beings of light, please hold my spirit as I try to heal the damage that has been done unto my soul. Let me receive the clearing energy on multiple dimensions and allow me to use all the energy you've given to me to fix what has been broken. Let the light find its way into the ancient and current wounds and drive it from within to restore my soul and body into its most perfect state. This prayer can be used daily, and it's especially important if you feel that you're down and unable to resolve the problems that plague your day. It will allow you to borrow the power of divine beings that can help guide the energy through what ails you. Whether it's an emotional or a physical wound, you will still be able to heal it quickly if you let the Akashic Records restore the vibration to its original and perfect state. Introduction and Guide to Akashic Tarot Reading. Despite their vast importance as a critical map to our souls, tarot started out as a simple parlor game for entertainment. The origin of tarot cards, as we know them today, goes way back to the 14th century. Artists in Europe created the first deck without the intention of creating a divinatory tool, but accidentally created one of the mightiest ones. These were simply intended as only an entertaining card game. The association between these cards and divination only started to appear in the 16th century, or early in the 17th century. However, their use was of much simpler nature than it is now. Over centuries, specifically during the beginning of the 18th century, tarot managed to establish its significance as one of the most important tools of divination. Suggestions started to be made for the possible meaning each card might hold, laying out their divinatory purposes. Nowadays, the magic of these cards has drawn more and more people to finally establish tarot as the most popular among different types of psychic readings. A basic overview. People aren't only drawn to tarot just for their ease of use. They aren't as easy as reading tea leaves or other methods such as pendulums. Their gravity lies in the power that they hold in understanding our higher selves and having a dependable gateway for interpreting what the future might hold for us. If you are still unfamiliar with the concept of divination and its different tools, you might fall under the wrong impression that tarot readings are equivocal to reading into the future. However, the truth is, while tarot cards are the closest thing we have to time machines, they still can't be used as a fortune-telling method by anyone and everyone. Bear in mind that grasping the concept and going through the guidelines of tarot is easy with practice, yet doing accurate readings isn't simple work. Not everyone is cut out for this talent. The Akashic Tarot. What started out as a simple deck of playing cards grew into hundreds and thousands of different options to choose from. You can find decks of cards that are based upon famous artwork, such as movies, series, books, and more. However, there is one deck that has stood the test of time, and that is the Akashic Tarot deck. This is one of the most significant and mighty decks available. The gravity it holds lies in the fact that this is the only deck designed for accessing the Akashic Records and unlocking their profound energy and abundant source of information. This tool is one of the most powerful ones that offer clear access to the higher mystical and magic powers that Akashic Records encompass. You can use this deck for tapping into great fields of wisdom and seeking guidance throughout different aspects of your life. Maintaining your cards. The most important thing you need to look out for is protecting your tarot cards against any physical damage and keeping them clean from negative and evil energies. There are a few ways that you can do this, from consecrating your deck, wrapping the cards in a silk scarf, protecting them in a small box, or putting them in a cloth bag that is protected by a drawstring. Some people prefer to resort to a combination of these different methods to save them from any harm that could reach them. How to consecrate your magic tools. In ancient Wicca and modern pagan traditions, all magical tools should be consecrated before any attempts of using them to interact with the divine. This ritual can still be used after you have already felt and played with your deck to expel any negative energy that may wrap your cards. This method comes in particularly handy in situations where you are not sure about the history of your magical tools, in terms of their past owners or who used them before they reached your path. However, you should bear in mind that some specific tools don't require any consecration before their use. Some practitioners view consecration as an unnecessary ritual that might disrupt their natural energy flow and confuse conscious and unconscious energy directions. Before cleansing their cards, some people prefer to get to know the deck by touching and feeling it. Keep in mind that there is no right way or wrong way of doing any ritual or even one solid purpose in doing it. Some people prefer to consecrate their magical tools and their jewelry, clothing, and the altar itself. The items used for this ritual are rather simple. You'll need a white candle, a cup of water, some incense, and a bowl of salt. Each item represents an element and direction to summon the powers of the north, the south, the east, and the west, with guardians of air, fire, earth, and water. Cast your circle if you need to complete the ritual and cleanse your tools from any past owners or dark energy. Akashic Tarot cards as gifts. There are 3 different beliefs when it comes to receiving a tarot deck as a present. Some fortune tellers believe that tarot cards lose their magnificent and spiritual values when they are received from someone else. These readers have strict rules against accepting tarot cards as a gift. However, there is one exception to this rule. If there is a person you trust who is gifting them to you as a purely heartfelt gesture, then there isn't a strong reason that pushes you to return the gift. They can then be used after a good cleansing and consecration. Some readers have a strong belief that tarot cards should never be bought. They must be received as gifts from people whom they have strong connections with, for the magic powers of love. Some other readers don't really care about the source of their decks, regardless of whether they buy their own or receive them as gifts. The source doesn't make one bit of a difference as long as the cards are clean from any negative energies and they don't have a wrong feel to them. What's important is the connection you build with your deck and the accuracy of your readings rather than their source. An overview of Akashic Tarot reading. Methods of reading have changed and evolved over the years. Since reading tarot cards is a highly intuitive process, many readers even adopted and developed their own unique ways of reading Akashic Tarot cards. They played with the traditional meanings of the card layouts. However, we can't point out a significant change that fell upon the cards themselves. There are different guidelines, books, and charts that will come in handy for beginners who are still trying to figure out the basics of doing a reading. Yet it's highly believed that the best way to the evolution of your talent is to start by feeling the cards, by holding them, and trying to understand what they are telling you. However, some basic tips should be considered to get to know your cards and protect them before we begin to unfold the different aspects of learning how to do Akashic Tarot reading. If you are trying to get familiar with a brand new deck of Akashic Tarot cards, then the best way to get to know the deck is by placing them under the pillow that you sleep on. This way, the cards will acquire your personal energy. Never leave your cards scattered all over the place. If you are carrying the cards with you, You can't just leave them in your pocket or purse. Hold them in a protective shield until you reach your destination. Many readers don't allow anyone else to touch their cards to prevent the cards from absorbing any vibrations other than their own. Others might prefer for a reader to shuffle or cut the cards before they begin reading. After cleansing your cards by consecrating them, you can limit their contact with any energies by storing them with a quartz crystal that absorbs all these energies. If your cards have been handled by anyone and you don't feel comfortable with their presence, it's better to reconsecrate your cards or leave them until they feel right to you again. The cleansing rituals aren't necessary if you don't feel the need for them. However, if you must do them or any other spiritual cleansing ritual, then it's important to do what feels right. Once you are comfortable with how your cards feel, you will notice how your readings will start to improve. A guide to Akashic tarot reading. Well, just like any tool of divination, there is no right or wrong way of using it. Reading Akashic tarot cards is an intuition that could easily differ from one person to another. The focal point is to use a card in your own unique way that allows you to shape your psychic abilities. There are a different number of layouts and spreads that could be altered and switched between to achieve the highest accuracy of your reading session. The steps to reading Akashic tarot cards to unlock your higher self and to open a window to the future should start by understanding your cards. So number 1, get ready for your reading by interpreting the cards. The deck is divided into 2 main groups, Major Arcana and Minor Arcana. To understand the basics of a traditional deck, we will go through the 3 parts of Major Arcana that consists of 22 cards, or trumps. Before we dive deeper into the meaning behind each one of these cards, we need to quickly go through the Minor Arcana cards in the Akashic Tarot decks that repaint the events of our daily lives. Each group represents an element of the 4 essential elements. Wands that represent fire. Number 1 is the Ace of Wands. Number 2 is a 2 of Wands. The 3 of Wands. The 4 of Wands. The 5 of Wands. The 6 of Wands. The 7 of Wands. The 8 of Wands. The 9 of Wands. The 10 of Wands. The Page of Wands. The Knight of Wands. The Queen of Wands. And the King of Wands. Then we have the Pentacles that represent the earth. So we have the Ace of Pentacles, the 2 of Pentacles, the 3 of Pentacles, the 4 of Pentacles, the 5 of Pentacles, the 6 of Pentacles, the 7 of Pentacles, the 8 of Pentacles, the 9 of Pentacles, the 10 of Pentacles, then the Page of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles, the Queen of Pentacles, and the King of Pentacles. Also, there are swords that represent air, from the Ace of Swords up to the King of Swords, and cups that represent water, from the Ace of Cups up to the King of Cups. The Major Arcana. The first part, the material world, cards 0 to 7. The first part repaints the material world regarding job success, education, finances, and marriage. So 0 is the Fool. Despite what you might think, the Fool is the wisest trump of the Major Arcana, the one who knows everything. It represents wisdom, enlightenment, and guidance. The Fool symbolizes the eternal spirit of the deck, painted with the soul of the inner child, trust, and innocence. It gives way to a new sense, a new cycle, or a new chapter in life. Then there's number 1, the Magician. This card is the representation of the planet Mercury, with an infinity symbol over the head of the magician. It symbolizes a great mastering and control over all your conscious and unconscious processes. Number 2 card is the High Priestess. This is the card that represents emotions in Akashic Tarot, with its symbolization of intuition, the dream world, psychic energy, and all the feelings and instincts. She is a receptive mirror of the underworld and everything happening below the surface. This card is related to the women's cycle in terms of fertility, the womb, and the magic that women hold. Card 3 is the Empress. This card connects with the planet Venus. She is the goddess of love and the great mother of the tarot cards. This card relates to beauty, relationships, and peacemaking, and has an artistic side. She indicates mothership and your relationship with other women in your life. The fourth card is the Emperor. This tarot card comes with power, authority, leadership, responsibility, and action. Another side to him is masculine creativity, passion, and new beginnings. He is the father, the leader, the husband, the authority figure, or the man in your life. The fifth card is a Hierophant. This card symbolizes your connection with your God, guardian angel, and your higher self. This is a representation of practical wisdom and energy. The sixth card, the Lovers. This is the favored card for almost anyone who enjoys tarot readings. It indicates a golden key to a variety of choices and relationships. The Lovers card represents heaven, earth, union, love, communication, duality, and the balance between the masculine and feminine energies that we all hold within us. The seventh card is the Chariot. This is the card that combines the emotional side with the body. It's a clear representation of controlling emotions, the need for emotional protection, family, caring, and nourishment. Number 2, pick a single card. Before beginning this exercise, take the time to understand the meanings and the different symbols that the card holds. You also need to pay attention to the reversed meanings of the cards when they come up backward or upside down. Some readers believe that when the cards are reversed, that simply means that their meanings are also reversed. For example, the Lover's card would represent hatred, insecurity, and isolation, as opposed to its normal symbols. This exercise is rather simple. All you need to do is draw a card out of the first part of the major arcana randomly every day. As the day passes by, take some notes of its major events and how they relate to the card that you drew from the deck early in the morning. Some fortune tellers prefer to dedicate a notebook or keep a journal for every card that they draw, with highlights of their days relating to each card. You can then look back at the end of every week to reflect on the card that appeared the most and which cards were drawn more than others. This exercise allows a much easier understanding of the main energy of your records and the experiences that paint your aura. The second part, the intuitive mind, which are cards 8 to 14. While the first part of the major arcana focused on our intentions with the outer world regarding our family, our friendships, our love and emotion, and instincts involved in different relationships, the second part is more about individualism. The cards in this group focus more on our individual beings rather than dealing with societal issues. This part deals with the intuitive mind using these 7 cards that reflect how we feel more than symbolizing our thoughts. They are attuned to what our hearts need and our unending search for truth and faith. 8th card is the Strength. 9th card, the Hermit. 10th card is the Wheel of Fortune. 11th card is Justice. 12, the Hanged Man. 13, Death. And 14, Temperance. Number 3, a 3-card layout. After you have kept a habit of drawing a single card and documenting daily events that relate to these cards, you will have noticed a certain pattern or some regular trends that have announced themselves regularly over this period of time. Since you probably have gotten used to 2/3 of the major arcana, as well as the wands and pentacles of the minor arcana, you should now be developing a sense of every card and its meaning and symbol. Now it's time to add the second part of the major arcana to the equation. Add to your pile all the wands and pentacles from ace to king. Just like the previous exercise, shuffle your cards and make a habit of drawing, this time 3 cards each morning rather than just a single card. Don't look at the cards you pull up as individuals, but rather as a whole. Pay attention to the way they fit together and how they are connected. Are all of them connected, or is there a certain card that seems to stand out every time? The rest of the exercise is the same as before, where you notice your daily events and how they relate to the cards that you draw every morning. You can continue the habit of keeping a journal of every pile you pull and all the highlighted events of your day. The third and the last part, This is the intuitive mind, which are cards 15 to 21. You have already become familiar with the cards that deal with the material world and your connection to others. And you have added the second part that focuses on dealing with the intuitive mind and your individual being. The last part that encompasses the cards from the 15th and until the last card in the major arcana gives you a window to understanding universal laws and issues. This part is important as it deals with circumstances that might hold great importance in forming our present and future. Card 15 is the devil. Number 16, the tower. Number 17 is the star. 18 is the moon. 19, the sun. 20, the judgment. And 21, the world. So the last exercise is to draw a pile of 5 cards from the whole tarot deck, including both major and minor arcana. Number 4, the Akashic Records using tarot cards. By now, you will have formed a connection with the cards, felt them, and investigated their deeper meanings. You can now use them to have easier access to your Akashic Records, to connect with your higher self. Once you master Akashic tarot readings, you will be able to open yourself to the guidance and wisdom that your Akashic Records hold for you. Only then will you be able to read more into your future. Conclusion. It's not easy to carefully balance the spiritual and worldly desires, especially if you are engulfed in personal wars that involve both spiritual and material elements. It's easy to see whether someone is living in harmony and tranquility, or in instability caused by the many contradictions that they have to accept to go forward. The link between the spiritual and material worlds is in the Akashic Records, transcending time and space, dealing with vibrations and energy. Your eyes may be able to carefully observe the present, but it's the Akashic Records that allow you to see beyond the present and into the past and the future. The material provided here shall be your ammunition as you grapple between the different and contrasting worlds of your life. Use the Akashic Records to integrate the domain of the spiritual world into the material one. You can rest assured that the happiness and joy that you'll attract will be infectious, as you'll be sensing not only your energy, but also others. The wisdom you'll gain through accessing the divine will show you the true direction of your soul, which is to embark on a journey of honesty, truth, and goodness. Finishing this audiobook means that you are truly invested in bettering your inner soul. Never lose this momentum as time goes by, and make sure to always invest in it, attracting what you truly desire. Awakening your true power will allow you to use this force for healing wounds, embracing yourself, and helping others. You'll notice that other people will see the change of your energy, even if they can't exactly put their finger on what has changed. Your vibrations will be peaking and transcending the low plateaus, which may surprise you. You're probably not used to feeling the intense glow of your inner light yet. As time goes by, you'll find yourself becoming more comfortable in higher plateaus as your body and soul adapt to the higher vibrations. Live your life as a child of the divine and never create a rift between your soul and body by trying to hide your spirituality and higher vibrations. The Akashic Records will finally give you a chance to relinquish the harsh and restrictive limitations that have been placed on you by a world filled with illusions. The Akashic Records are never exclusive to one part of our spirituality. Instead, they involve our past, current, and future lives as one, interconnected through multiple planes of energy. One strong wound can be buried deep enough to span several lifetimes. Healing oneself through Akashic Records ensures that spiritual wounds aren't healed superficially. Since we're living in a world that's hyper-focused on survival, it's hard to find room to be able to focus on one's spirituality. Therefore, you should use the methods mentioned in this audiobook when you're completely sure that you'll be able to pour all your attention into accessing the Akashic Records. It may be hard to accustom yourself during your early trials, but once you truly see for yourself how effective the Akashic Records are, you'll be able to easily find the concentration needed. Whether it's addiction, loss, relationships, or spiritual fatigue that you're trying to heal or fix, look it in the eyes through accessing the Akashic Records. All the solutions you find in the records are personal and unique, and this information won't work on someone else's problems, but you can still help others access their Akashic Records and find their own solutions. You may initially fear the radical transformation that can happen from using the information in the Akashic Records, but it shouldn't take you a lot of time to rejoice in happiness after fully understanding it. If you enjoyed this audiobook, can you please leave a rating for it? Thank you for your support. This has been Akashic Records, unlocking the secret universal knowledge and nature of the Akasha, including prayer, guided meditation, and Akashic tarot reading, written by Marie Silva, narrated by Ivan Bazinius. Copyright 2020 by Marie Silva. Production copyright by Marie Silva. Twin Flames, the ultimate guide to attracting your twin flame. Signs you need to know and the different stages. Includes a comparison of relationships with soulmates and life partners. Written by Marie Silva. Narrated by Ivan Bazinius. Introduction. Have you ever felt a connection with someone so strong that it was like a bolt of lightning coursing through your body? Did you ever meet someone and after only about 5 minutes of talking to them, you felt like you had known them for a lifetime? Well, we all form connections with the people around us every day. Some will be a glancing moment and forgotten in minutes, while others will stay with us forever. Are those people meant to play a significant role in your life? Or should you just forget about them and move on? We are constantly being told there is a person out there who is the one. But is that true? Is it possible that out of the billions of people on the planet, there is only one person who will become our perfect partner? With twin flames, then yes, there is a special connection out there waiting for you. Soulmates, however, are different, and life partners, well, that's another story. Maybe you believe, or maybe you don't. This audiobook will give you the knowledge you need to identify why certain people affect you in various ways. If you have soulmates or twin flames, surely life is perfect from the first time you meet. If this is true, then life would be much easier, and even the most tumultuous relationship can benefit from some insight into the journey they're on. Introduction. Chapter 1. What are twin flames? If you have ever met someone who changed your life completely, they may have been your twin flame. When you form a high-level spiritual connection with someone, it can lead to love, friendship, or maybe a combination of the two feelings. If you have a relationship with someone who is intense, life-enhancing, and spiritual, this could be a twin flame relationship that will endure any obstacles or circumstances. To understand the concept better, go back to the origins of the twin flame theory. When you know the reasoning behind the doctrine, you understand more about the connection formed with your missing twin flame. The history of the twin flame theory. When considering the origins of twin flame theory, you can go back as far as history records allow. Nearly all civilizations have examples of separation of souls. Yet Plato, the Greek philosopher, presents the most distinctive explanation of how humanity became divided to form two parts of the same soul. Plato lived in the classical period of ancient Greece and formed a school of thinking simply known as Platonist. He composed a dialogue known as a symposium in which he explained how the actions of the gods affected humankind and why the actions were necessary. Originally, humans had 4 arms, 4 legs, and 2 sets of genitalia. Their head comprised 2 faces, and there were 3 genders of humans. The traditional male and female were 2 of the genders, while the third was a hermaphroditic being with both sets of genitalia. In the symposium, Plato stated these original humans were essential sources of labor and energy for the gods, and other dwellers of the higher dimensions, but were quickly becoming powerful beings. They threatened the gods, and it is written that the eradication of humans was considered. Realizing this would leave the gods with no form of subjects to do their will, Zeus came up with a solution to increase the workforce while diminishing their strength. He separated the original human forms into halves. Each human then became the form we recognize today, with 2 arms and 2 legs, with just 1 face and 1 set of genitalia. While the process doubled the number of humans, it also weakened their power. The gods had created a form of slave that knew no pleasure and lacked the will to live. Humans starved themselves and died off, leaving the gods with a conundrum to solve. Apollo devised a solution, and that was to sew the original humans together and then divide them with a common bond, so they had a sense of purpose and desire. He reconstructed the human form with a belly button that became the redeeming sign that our twin flame still existed somewhere in the world. Each human then became reborn. They were refueled with a desire to seek their twin flame and to form a reconstituted version of their original self. The gods recognized that desire and emancipation made humans function on a higher level, yet the reality of them finding their twin flame was remote. This suited their purpose because when humans find their mirror image, they become a powerful force that rivals the beings that govern them, namely the gods themselves. The archetypical example of a twin flame relationship. Well, classic Greek history also gives us an example of the sacred lover archetype, Aphrodite and Ares. Ares is the divine male twin flame and the god of war. Aphrodite is his twin feminine flame and is also the goddess of love and beauty. They should have been repulsed by each other as they represent polar opposites with their beliefs and their powers. Aphrodite was married to a powerful but ugly god called Hephaestus, who neglected his beautiful and frustrated wife by spending his nights in the workshop. Ares and Aphrodite took advantage of the situation and met to make love until dawn every evening. It had been well reported that the Greek gods encouraged affairs with other people. They didn't encourage any form of fidelity. When the god Helios caught the lovers in a flagrant position, the story of their love enraged the gods, and they punished the lovers by separating them for eternity. These twin flames would not be kept apart by rules, and even following the godly declaration, they met regularly and produced 7 children from their union. The god of Eros, whose powers include love, youthful magic, and sex, was one of these children and serves as a powerful reminder of what can happen when twin flames procreate. Some people believe that it automatically means you will become romantically involved when you meet a twin flame. While this can be true, your twin flame could be a friend, a mentor, or even a student. They will often enter our lives when we are desperate for help. They form intense relationships that help us to steer through times of need. Twin flames will form a relationship so intense it is uncommon for them to be lifelong relationships, so separation is sometimes inevitable. It's okay for twin flame relationships to end, considering such levels of intensity can be unhealthy. When twin flames separate, it is painful, but the 2 people are left with crucial answers to life lessons and a feeling they have encountered their cosmic partner. Are you already part of a twin flame relationship? Do you have a yin to your yang? Do you have a relationship with someone who completes you? Here are some of the most common signs that you are already connected to a twin flame. Number 1, the time is irrelevant to both of you. You can spend hours with each other and never get restless or bored. You both wonder where the time has gone, yet you feel ready to do it all again the next day. Number 2, deja vu. During conversations, you discover strange coincidences in your present and former experiences. It seems like life is forming a path, so you both reach each other. You are destined to have a relationship. Number 3, you both feel a magnetic force that crackles when you meet. You feel a connection between your physical and your spiritual energies, and you form an unspoken understanding. Number 4, Your strengths make a perfect foil for their weaknesses and vice versa. Together, you are a force to be reckoned with, and you are virtually unbeatable. Number 5, you have a shared sense of purpose. The ideas you hold dearest are a shared value you both strive to achieve. Number 6, as twins, you know each other inside and out, flaws and all, and you never judge each other. Number 7, you will disagree because you are comfortable that you will always resolve your differences, no matter how often you fall out. Number 8, you are connected on many levels. You may be partners, friends, shoulders to cry on, or mentors to each other. 9, you have synchronicity in your former lives. Sometimes you discover uncanny parallels in your personal history. For instance, you may have both been in the same place during a historic event, say like 9/11, without even realizing it. And number 10, you grow as a couple and become more sympathetic, forgiving, and empathetic to each other and others. Why we need twin flame relationships. Contrary to some beliefs, we are a complete being, even without this spiritual coupling. We all have a complete soul that can be strengthened by our own experiences, but a twin flame relationship helps you reach another level. These relationships help you shed all egos, understand what your hearts need to heal, and take the first steps to become a spiritually enhanced human. The purpose behind your relationship with your twin flame can take many courses, but it will inevitably lead to a harmonious and balanced coupling with a positive outcome. This can include raising children, forming a bond especially important when it comes to ecological matters, doing business with each other, or becoming a spiritual mentor to each other. Sometimes you can miss the signs that lead you to your twin flame. Outside influences may leave you feeling incapable of receiving the gift of a spiritual relationship and leave us unreceptive to the connection. You can be overwhelmed with emotions that leave you drained and flat, so you miss recognizing the signs you are in the presence of a twin flame. Maybe you are grieving, or you're trapped in a bad relationship. When you may need spiritual help, the emotional points may be the reason you're failing to acknowledge their presence. It doesn't matter if you seek a new spiritual connection or are simply meeting new people. It is essential to know how people make you feel. This can also apply to individuals we already live with or have in our lives. This could be part of your spiritual makeup without you realizing the fact. 15 things to look for when you meet a potential twin flame. Number 1, you always come away from spending time with them feeling like you've learned something. If you meet someone for the first time and feel like they can teach you something without you feeling inadequate or incompetent, well, then you may have encountered a twin flame. If you also feel like you have shared knowledge that could be world-changing, this could be your spiritual twin flame. Secondly, you immediately feel like this person is a safe place for you to go to. When you meet someone who is completely trustworthy and will guard your secrets and thoughts, this can feel like coming home. Number 3, you know they will never judge you or reject you. This doesn't mean they won't be truthful with you or fail to pull you up when you mess up. They are so confident in your relationship, they are probably the only person to tell you the whole truth with clarity that most other people lack. They aren't afraid that you can't handle the truth, and they know how to work with you to become the better person you both know lies below the surface. Number 4, you never have to put a show on for them. If you feel awful, then you can act like it, and they will know exactly what to do. They will never berate you for having human emotions, but they will accompany you on the journey that these emotions take you on. Number 5, you both have dark and light sides that complement each other. When your dark side is prevalent, they will display their light side to create a balanced, harmonious feeling. They instinctively know what mood you are in and how to be sympathetic to your aura. Number 6, you fall in love unconditionally. Every person loves another person or persons, such as your parents and friends, past lovers, or people who have played an important part in their life. But falling in love is different. Twin flames fall in love despite convention and circumstances dictating that it's wrong. They are unaffected by reality and any form of mental clarity. The heart wants this relationship, and it is a natural progression for both people. Number 7, you become scared of the relationship and you want to bail. In the early stages of a twin flame relationship, you can feel overwhelmed by your emotions' intensity and depth. People can reach for their mental sneakers and withdraw. Imagine the coyote and the roadrunner, and you get what this can look like. They're crazy, running around as one chases the other before quickly turning and becoming the one being pursued. We will discuss this aspect of twin flame relationships further into the audiobook. Number 8, you don't feel threatened by spending time apart. You know that when you are together, you are bonded and you form a single unit, but you still have your sense of freedom. Twin flame relationships shouldn't feel like they are smothering you. They should be strong enough to last even when you are not together. If you meet someone who is the embodiment of everything you want, yet you are never anxious about being apart, they could be your twin flame. Number 9, you are finely tuned to each other's energy. If you have a spiritual connection, you immediately know how the other person is feeling. You know just with a glance when they're happy, sad, angry, or upset. And you know they can feel the same level of empathy towards you. Number 10, you feel a sense of completion. If you have been waiting for someone your entire life, you will know immediately that your search is over. Everybody knows that journeys can be arduous, especially when they are undefined by time. That relentless searching for a feeling of togetherness will stop once you meet your twin flame. You will experience a feeling of arrival at your destination, and you will happily step off the path of discovery. Number 11, you will be a mirror for their fears and desires. For example, if you are a creative soul who can create art and beauty with any medium, then your twin flame will probably be repressed and more likely to have no interest in the creative arts. If you're messy, disorganized soul, well, then your twin flame will be a neat freak who demands high levels of organization. If you are a dramatic character who overreacts in stressful situations, he or she will be a strong and willful partner who knows how to talk you down off the wall. Number 12, your relationship with your twin flame will highlight how shallow your other relationships have been. When you connect with your twin flame, you'll feel a depth and intensity that you've never felt before. This doesn't mean that former relationships are irrelevant. After all, every relationship we should have should teach us something. It merely highlights that spiritual connections are far more intense than physical or familial relationships can ever be. Number 13, you can't think of a single thing that you would change about them. There are no rose-colored glasses in a twin flame relationship, and you both understand how the other person ticks. The difference is you embrace the flaws along with the qualities that you both bring to the table. You know that as a unit, you are spectacular, and you don't want to change a thing. You may both be at different spiritual stages, but your prime objective is to help each other reach a higher level and discover your purpose. Number 14, there is no sense of competition. If you have a twin flame relationship, you will have a healthy respect for each other. You will celebrate their successes just as they celebrate yours. There is no room for envy and resentment when it comes to life success levels. You may be more or less successful than your twin, but it's never a problem. You aren't competing, you're striving to become better as a couple. And number 15, they will be ready to commit fully to your relationship. This doesn't just apply to romantic relationships, as the word commitment can apply to all forms of unions. When a friend commits to another friend, it means that they will be there for them, no matter what. You know whom you can trust to have your back, and who is just a friend of convenience. Friends should come in all forms of commitment levels. The trick is to recognize them. Your twin flame will cross rivers and mountains to come to your side whenever you need them, and they will stand by your side no matter what. The key part to understanding what twin flames are and how they affect your life is to remember that forces bigger than all of us are in force. You may not be ready to connect, but it is still essential to understand the signs that show you when the opportunity presents itself. Your twin may be unreceptive because they aren't at a stage in their life to meet you. So hold tight, because your time will come. And meanwhile, you will gain the experience of how to analyze the other people that you have in your life and your relationships with them. Chapter 2. Soulmates versus twin flame. What are the differences between these types of relationships? You already know something about what a twin flame brings to a relationship. So what do soulmates mean to you? Well, what are soulmates? They are people who will enter your life and influence it deeply. They are aligned to your soul and may even have been a major part of your former life. Just like twin flames, they will mirror you to some extent. And when you look at them, you can see your own weaknesses and strengths. However, the difference between soulmates and twin flames is the depth of the connection. You have only one twin flame, who is the embodiment of the other half of your soul, while your soulmates are extensions of your spiritual being. You will meet many soulmates in your life, and they will come in different forms. They will come into your life to shake things up and make your life more meaningful. They may form romantic attachments, or they may be friends who make your life more enjoyable. Sometimes the term soulmate can put pressure on a relationship. If one person describes the other as a soulmate, it's daunting to live up to that expectation. True soulmates should have easier relationships than others and have a natural flow without dark or difficult aspects. They are intense but joyful compared to twin flame relationships, which will often be torrid and filled with extreme emotions. Your soulmate should make you feel close to them and comfortable in their company. Soulmates may come into your life for long periods and be around as a rock for you, or they may be the catalyst that sparks an idea and then departs from your life in a matter of minutes. Soulmates have a give and take relationship, and they will sometimes push you outside of your comfort zone when needed. Soulmates are meant to teach us life lessons and improve our spiritual strength. They will help you raise your spiritual consciousness, while twin flame relationships work together to raise the entire world's spiritual consciousness. You will meet many soulmates during your time on Earth, yet you may never meet a twin flame. That's not meant to be a statement that should make you feel sad. Your twin flame is a special part of your soul, but you don't have to connect with them to have a successful and fulfilled life. You are complete as you are, but if you are blessed with a twin flame connection, then you will work together to create intense energy that can be arduous and painful, yet filled with the most intense love. The signs you have met someone from your soul group. Your soul group comprises people with whom you have a natural connection. You will connect with them on a mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual level without knowing why. The energy between you will resonate so strongly it may feel physical. Soulmates create strong bonds that can transcend time and create vibrations that will create harmony within the group. Soulmates within your soul group can be from different backgrounds, cultures, and gender, and will often have diverse backgrounds that bear no relation to your own. What they do have in common is a strong sense of shared values and dreams. They believe in the same things you do, and they share the same principles and ethics as you. You need to be open to meeting members of your soul group to benefit from the experience. They are all sent into your life to help you grow and move past fear. But if negative attitudes bog you down, you will not enjoy meeting members of your soul group. Many spiritual traditions believe that the obstacles we face in life are predetermined even before we're born. The people who enter your life as part of your soul group are chosen to help you overcome these obstacles and grow as a spiritual being. So where do you meet people from your soul group? This is one of the most important questions you can ask, and others will tell you to search everywhere. Although, if you choose to take that approach, it can take over your life. Your spiritual path is preordained, and the chance to meet your soul group will present itself when you are ready. That doesn't mean you should sit back and go about your normal routine, changing nothing. After all, you can't win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket. Once you feel your soul group's synchronicity pulling you in, you need to be ready to embrace the feelings and seek them out. This process involves allowing your heart to rule your head and listening to your gut feelings. Your headspace will be filled with all your fears and safety measures that instinctively guide you on a safe and comfortable path. Your heart, meanwhile, is more inclined to take you out of your comfort zone and take a new path. Try following your intuition instead of your tried and tested methods of living. Embrace new experiences and the related opportunities they present. When you want to meet new people and broaden your horizons, the internet may seem like the last place to start. Online interaction is not something you would associate with finding your soulmate, but it is the perfect starting point. You can research new subjects, hobbies, and interests to discover your potential soulmates. Create an online course for people in your area interested in the same things you are. A meetup course for cooking or art could mean you will meet like-minded people who may just be a part of your soul group. Even if you don't find a soulmate immediately, you will establish new connections and increase your social group, which is always positive. The local church can be a perfect way to meet people and become an active part of the community. Volunteer work is also hugely rewarding and gives you a sense of giving back to the community. It's true that as we get older, it is more difficult to make friends and form new relationships. So you need to put the effort in and say yes to new experiences. Stop checking out online contacts and liking photos from remote friends and concentrate on the people you encounter every day. So how do you know when you have met someone from your soul group? Well, number one, your eye contact is intense. When you look into someone's eyes and you feel a connection that is familiar and comfortable, then you may have met a soulmate. They have a coupling with your soul that can feel ancient and unbroken, and it will never feel uncomfortable. Number two, they will be soul-centric. Members of your soul group won't be interested in your social statuses, such as how much money you have, or your status at work, or other egocentric parts of your life. They will be more interested in your spiritual footprint on the world. Expect conversations about environmental issues and conscious living as you begin to share your common interests. Number three, you will feel a magnetic pull. Even if your meeting is brief, you will be mesmerically drawn to them and their energy. Number four, you share the same beliefs. Members of your soul group will often amaze you with their synchronicity to your beliefs. They will be on the same page and will often mirror your words and your thoughts. Number five, you have a timeless relationship with them. From the minute you meet a soulmate, you are comfortable in their company. You don't have an initial awkwardness or reservation. You could have known this person for the whole of your life. Number six, they appear at the most opportune moment. You may be unaware of your personal sense of attachment, but members of your soul group will instinctively know you are ready to meet them. There are numerous types of soul connections in your soul group, and they will appear to you when you need them the most. Number seven, time is irrelevant. You could spend hours with soulmates and never notice where the time went. It's like the clock that governs your thoughts and actions has temporarily stopped working. You are so immersed in your connection, you feel that nothing else matters, and you refuse to be distracted by life. Number eight, they will challenge you without condemnation. Your soul group is there to make you grow as a person and as a spiritual being. They love to challenge you and push you towards circumstances that will test your life skills and your emotions. They will never abandon you, and they will always know the correct level of support that you need at any given time. Number 9, your soul will feel energized. When you have an encounter with one of your soul groups, you will come away with a feeling of nourishment. It'll feel as if your soul has just had the best meal ever and is full and contented. And number 10, you can be yourself. Your soul group is aware of your true personality. You will never need to be fake or pretend to feel things that you don't feel. The authentic you can rise to the surface and breathe deeply around your soulmates, and they will never judge you. The 10 types of soulmates. Your soul group comprises multiple types of mates, so it is important to realize who can be part of our spiritual consciousness and common humanity. Number 1, soul partners. These are the most common types of connections and are formed with people that you agree to partner with. Most people associate this type and soulmate with marriage and raising a family, but there are many other types of partnerships to which we can commit. Forming a company with someone can lead to a connection that makes them part of your soul group, or it can be as simple as a beloved sibling who is your life partner. Nobody can travel through life alone, and our soul partners are here to remind us how intricately human lives are weaved together. Number 2, reincarnated soulmates. When souls reconnect in this life, it can mean they have unresolved issues from their past lives. They can also signify that the souls have spent countless lifetimes together. Whatever the case, this type of connection is one of the most powerful in your soul group, but you need to take precautions with the relationship. Try to disregard any residual feelings you have from past lives and judge each other on the person you are in this life. You may need to heal rifts and then let them go so that both of your souls can heal. Number 3, romantic soulmates. This can be the same as a soul partner, or it can be an opportunity to grow with the relationship. Everyone knows that romance is not the only ingredient in a successful relationship, and these connections are not always meant to be long-lasting. Romantic soulmates help us grow as a person and take the rough with the smooth. They may cause you devastating wounds or challenge you with their behavior, but they are fulfilling a purpose. They are teaching you how to form successful relationships, even if it isn't with them. Number 4, companion soulmates. Imagine a life in which all your relationships were romantic or family-based. That'd be hell, right? Who would you turn to when you need advice or support from someone removed from interpersonal relationships? Your companion soulmate or mates provide you with the support group you need to keep going on your earthly odyssey. If your life were written in a novel form, some people would describe soul companions as your spiritual sidekicks. They may be in your life for a couple of months or even decades. It doesn't matter. They are the food and the drink that your soul needs, and they provide companionship for your spirit. Number 5, soul families. These are not your actual physical family, but they are just as important. People worldwide who show the same passion as you do for particular causes or activities can be part of your soul family. Spiritual groups actively working to bring love and peace to our planet may never meet each other, but they will feel connected because of the depth of their commitment to that cause. Number 6, kindred spirits. These connections can be formed by a commonality that leads to shared experiences. They aren't always soulmates, but they are important to you and your life. Maybe you both have similar life experiences that strengthen your bond. Young mothers struggling with their newborn babies will turn to kindred spirits in the same situation. People in the same profession may become part of your soul group, because they understand the tensions and the stress that your career involves. It can be incredibly satisfying to spend time with a soul who just gets what you are all about. Number 7, soul contract. This is not really a part of your soul group, but rather a contract you make with yourself. You become another member of your soul group and promise yourself to do something monumental in this lifetime. You may make this connection with someone else or just with yourself. Just knowing the depth of commitment will help you when struggling to reach your objective is inspirational and soul lifting. Number 8, soul teachers. These members of your soul group are sent to educate you. They may be traditional relationships you form with educators who help you through school or college, or they may be more diverse. When you form a relationship with a person who can guide the path your life will take, it can be magical. College professors or counselors can be soulmates who aren't just educating you. They show you how important your advice and counsel can be for others further down the line. They are sharing the gift of knowledge and the importance of sharing it. Number 9, soul crossings. You may feel that the most important part of your soul group is the people who are there for you throughout your life and are constant companions. This can be true sometimes, but the fleeting meetings we have with soulmates can be just as important. The phrase, ships that pass in the night, is the perfect way to describe these encounters. You may feel an intense connection, but the time and the place aren't right for long-term relationships. This could be someone you meet on holiday and form an immediate bond with, but you lose touch when you return home. Or a lover you meet who has been diagnosed with a terminal illness and passes away a month after you meet. The point of these connections is to help you understand that time is irrelevant concerning connections of the soul. They are all essential and they teach us something, even if they are brief. Number 10, karmic soulmates. What do you think karma is? Is it a system of punishment and reward, where the universe deals out karma depending on our actions? Karma is a natural energy governed by cause and effect, and the members of your soul group that are karmic soulmates will help you grow and evolve. They enter your life at key moments and facilitate you to change direction. They may be positive influencers who will help your soul evolve, or they may be negative forces who will help you recognize when life is taking you down the wrong path. Our soul group provides the support and encouragement needed to get through life. Remember that your soul is always craving new experiences and looking to evolve. Recognizing the people who form part of your soul group will help you facilitate this evolution. So, what is the difference between soulmates and twin flames? You have multiple soulmates and just one twin flame. The depth of intensity will be off the scale when you meet your twin flame, and it has been described as a soulmate on crack. Chapter 3, Twin Flames as Life Partners. When we consider archetypal love relationships and how people describe their partners, the term life partner is often used. It creates an image of two people who meet, fall in love, create a family, and then grow old together. Life partners are meant to be there for each other through thick and thin. So, with this in mind, is it ideal to have a twin flame as a life partner? Well, in most cases, the answer is a definite no. Twin flames are two parts of the same soul and turbulently connect with passionate and highly charged emotions involved. You can't choose your twin flame. You are joined on a spiritual level. If you are destined to meet, you will. Twin flames will often push you into a dark place and force you to rethink how you function as an individual. Twin flames enter your life to make you a stronger individual and to take you to your highest highs and your lowest lows. The blind passion you feel for them will not always be sexual, but you will love them with an unhealthy level of toxicity. And people around you will often warn you to get out of the relationship. When you connect with your twin flame, you'll feel like an addict. You crave the connections you have, and it is more important to you than all your other relationships. Soulmates are also a predestined kind of connection. You have shared experiences, possibly from past lives, and they are often guided into your life to serve a purpose. When you need a soulmate, they can appear in any type of relationship. They may stick around or be gone once they have fulfilled their purpose. Relationships with soulmates are not always about longevity. So, what is the difference between these two love relationships and life partners? All the relationships you have had before you meet your life partner are designed to help you recognize the qualities you need in your choice of a life partner. The spiritual wounds and heartbreak you have suffered in the past are all part of the process that leads you to your ideal life partner. This connection is not just about romantic relationships, and they can occur in different aspects of life. The more you accept love into your life, then you will be ready to accept a plethora of life partners that will make you a more rounded individual with strong relationships to keep you grounded. Definitive types of life partnerships you should be looking for. Well, number one is a partner. A great way to start is with the most traditional form of a life partner, your significant other. It may be a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a husband, or a wife. Your definition of a partner doesn't matter. The term a life partner transcends gender, sexuality, or fluidity. We all seek love, protection, and the need for a safe relationship we can call on to retreat to when the world is proving to be a bit too challenging. A life partner will be there for you when you need them and step up to the plate when you need them. Traditionally, this involves the male partner taking a hero role with their woman. They'll step in and rescue their partner just like the heroic male they are biologically programmed to be. But the modern world has moved on, and women are more likely to play a different role than traditional heroes and damsels. They'll expect to be just as protective as their male counterparts and be there for them whenever they are needed. Does this mean that the hero instinct should be ignored? Well, no, it shouldn't. It is built into male DNA, and they often need to feel some heroic role to keep the relationship healthy. Here are a few simple ways females can keep their men feeling like heroes without seeming like a bimbo. Make sure they're satisfied in the bedroom. Men are naturally programmed to keep their women happy in bed. So even if you aren't fully engaged because you're tired or you're just not in the mood, don't make them feel inadequate. Act like you can't keep your hands off of them, which is hopefully true, and tell them exactly what you love about them. Experiment between the sheets and have just as much fun planning new positions or places to try them out. The best way to make men walk tall is to let them know they're keeping you happy in bed. Ask for assistance. We all want to feel equal in our relationships, but certain tasks suit men physically. Choose the tasks that suit your strengths and ask him to help you with the others. Let him open those tricky jars or help you carry stuff from the car. Why would anybody struggle with stuff when they have someone who will willingly do it for them? And share decisions. Modern women are so often in control of their own lives that when they enter a relationship, they just naturally take over the decision-making process. Well, this can be emasculating for men, but they will often choose a quiet life rather than assert themselves. Women must share major decisions like where to go on vacation or which place to book for dinner. Ask him for his opinion, and you will avoid any simmering resentment, and you may even be pleasantly surprised at his input. Number 2, the mentor. This role is typical of a different form of a life partner. They will be the rock you lean on when you need advice that is practical and from the heart. Some people mistakenly expect their romantic life partner to fill all the roles in their lives, and this pressures a relationship and can cause it to fall apart. This life partner can have played a significant part in your education, maybe a lecturer or a school teacher, or a teacher at college who has guided you to the path that you are on. It could be a person in your workplace who has taken you under their wing and shared their knowledge with you. Mentors come in all shapes and sizes, and some will be there for you throughout your life, while others may just bow out. Even those who have left are classed as life partners. They haven't left the relationship due to toxicity or disagreement and can be called upon for advice whenever needed. Number 3, anchor. Whom do you turn to when your life hits a speed bump, or you need someone to turn to when your relationship is in turmoil? Your anchor is the person who will be there for you when you need help, no matter what the time or the circumstance. You trust this person and have chosen them to be your life partner because of their intuitiveness and level of thinking. This is not a relationship where your anchor will agree with you on all levels and back you up. This is a relationship that will help you consider all sides. They will play the devil's advocate and suggest different ways to go for you in the future. Anchors will ground you and help you set achievable priorities in your life. Number 4, a confidant. This type of life partner is the one you tell your deepest, darkest secrets to. You know this relationship is unbreakable, and you know that your secrets are safe with your confidant. You know you can talk to them in ways that others may find shocking. You can share how you really feel about the woman at work who everybody loves, and you don't understand why. Your confidant won't judge you or call you out for being nasty. They will probably have some equally cutting things to say about the people you know that will have you both in fits of laughter. Having a person with whom you can be as mean as you like helps you keep the rancor out of your normal life. We all need to let off steam now and then, and your confidant understands this. The main difference between soulmates, twin flames, and life partners is all about the connection that you form. Soulmates and twin flames will automatically know you. They understand what drives you and how your spiritual being functions. Life partners need to learn about you. You are forming a relationship with life partners without the same history as soulmates and twin flames. You won't feel a deep level connection immediately. In fact, it may never occur. And that's not a bad thing. Deep spiritual relationships often come with baggage. There are intense emotions involved both in this life and previous ones, which can affect both partners. These connections are designed to test your boundaries and will often cause intense pain and heartache. Life partners are people you have a lot in common with, and you feel a depth of love just as important, but it needs to grow. Spiritual connections are more like a jolt of energy that is unexplained and that can rock you to the core of your being. Life partners generate a love like a plant. It needs to be fed and watered, and it will grow as time progresses. If treated correctly and nurtured, it'll bloom and flower while providing you with strong roots, and you will see the fruits of your labor. Perhaps the most significant thing to remember about a life partner is that you will have a choice. Twin flames and soulmates have a predestined part to play in your life, so balance it out with your life partners. They represent your personality and life choices and mirror the values and qualities you hold. Remember that a twin flame and a soulmate will often cause you pain, and that's okay. Yet it is also the main reason you will need to break contact with them at some point. A life partner is someone you have spent your life with, and you trust they will not cause you pain, although some probably will. 27 traits to look for in a life partner. Number 1, a strong sense of who they are and what they want. You need someone complete. When you form a relationship with a life partner, they need to be in the right frame of mind to become committed. If your life partner needs you to define them, then you probably will spend all your time propping them up, and that's not healthy. Number 2 is honesty. We all tell white lies and know how to bend the truth with our partners. Should you tell them just how much you hate their new hairstyle or their new outfit? No, you use tact and diplomacy to save hurting their feelings. And that's part of being a decent partner. Lying is different. The minute your partner tells you a lie, you lose trust and respect. Number 3, delight. You need to feel a sense of joy when you see this person. If you feel anything other than total pleasure in their company, then they shouldn't become part of your life partnership team. Number 4 is morality. Choose life partners that believe in the same moral code as you, and you won't be disappointed by your choice. Never compromise on the principles that you both have. It's okay to have different beliefs and goals, but you should share the same level of integrity. Number 5, responsibility. You need to choose people who are just as accountable for your life as they are for theirs. They need to be willing to invest in you and be there when you need them. Number 6, a shared sense of humor. Everybody has different things that makes them laugh, but you do need a life partner with whom you can share the funny stuff. Make sure they don't take themselves too seriously and that they can laugh at life. You will need that shared humor when times get tough. Number 7, inner strength. When you are feeling weak or vulnerable, you need to know they have the strength to prop you up. This can be a strength physically present, as well as mental strength. Sometimes you just need to be the one being looked after and embrace it. Number 8, ability to trust. Some people are unwilling to lean on others and find it hard to trust other people. A balanced relationship means that both partners can be strong ones whenever the need rises. Your life partner needs to be in a position they can trust you to take the lead. Number 9 is maturity. You must be both at the same point of emotional development in a loving relationship. Mentors and anchors can be different, but you both need to be adults in a loving relationship. Immaturity is not an attractive quality in your life partner, and it will soon become a problem if your partner becomes an adolescent in your relationship. Number 10, compatibility. Well, this should be evident from the first day that you meet. If you clash over simple things, then the chance of forming a successful life partner relationship is very slim. You can't work on your reciprocity because it is a fundamental part of the relationship. Number 11 is independence. A successful relationship means that spending time apart is not a problem. Life partners should have separate interests and hobbies and realize that independence should be a part of who you are. Never give up your identity to become part of a couple. Your identity should be what makes you so attractive to your life partner and a major reason they love spending time with you. Number 12, the same level of commitment. Avoid people wary of commitment. A relationship will only grow when you are both on the same page. This doesn't mean you need to take things too quickly, but you need to know that a life partner won't bail on you once the level of commitment is raised. Number 13, vulnerability. If someone has their emotional walls up, then you won't be able to form a fulfilling relationship with them. Humans are naturally vulnerable, and while it is essential to have barriers, you also need to know when to let them down. This applies to partners as well. How can you get close to someone who is impenetrable? Number 14, the ability to debate. While life partners may not be as contentious as twin flames or soulmates, differences will inevitably occur. You need to know that your potential life partner can thrash things out so that it suits you both. If they tend to sulk or shout without resolving the problems, well, then you will both become frustrated when arguing. Number 15, humility. While self-assurance is a quality that can be incredibly attractive, self-centeredness is less attractive. Humility is essential in a life partner. After all, if they are incapable of admitting their mistakes, you will be blamed for things for which you are not responsible. Number 16, affection. Some people are comfortable with public displays of emotion, while others are more discreet. Both attitudes are fine, but make sure your potential life partner has the same attitude as you do. If your life partner is keen to hold hands and kiss in public, but you aren't, it will lead to problems. Similarly, if you need affection and they are unwilling to give it, you will feel neglected. Number 17, empathy. Life partners are there for you, so the ability to show empathy is essential. They may not fully understand what you are going through, but they should be able to comfort you and make you feel better. Number 18, a balanced sense of ambition. When you form a loving life partnership, you need to be clear about what you expect from the relationship. For instance, if one of you is content to live in a comfy family home and work a regular 40-hour week to pay the bills, and the other one wants to be the CEO of his own company and is willing to work 18-hour days, well, then it can cause some conflict. Some couples will make it work, but they need to know what lies in store for the future and any concessions they will need to consider. 19, a healthy attitude to relationships. This doesn't mean that they have to show a perfect dating history. After all, relationships take many forms. They need to have a sense of family, whatever that means to them. It could be their relationship with their actual family or the bonds they have with coworkers. The main thing to watch out for is people who have no relationships. This isn't normal and can be a red flag regarding their ability to form new relationships. Number 20, open-mindedness. Nobody wants an inflexible partner. You need to know you will grow as a partnership and embrace new ideas and experiences. 21, faithfulness. Without fidelity, a loving relationship will fail. Even if both parties commit to an open relationship, the cracks will appear quickly. You need to know that when your partner is somewhere else, they are still faithful to you. Number 22, mutual sexual attraction. Loving life partnerships often thrive better with a healthy dose of lust thrown into the mix. You need to know that the attraction you feel is mutual, and you both want to rip each other's clothes off at any given time. You also understand that you will feel the same way, even when your potential partner feels unattractive, maybe because of illness, for example. 23, curiosity. A naturally inquisitive nature is part of a successful life partnership because you both know you won't tire of life anytime soon. You want to choose someone who will be your willing partner in life's adventures and a perfect companion for the future. Number 24, flexibility. You need to know that your potential life partner knows that life is full of opportunities, and sometimes they will need to drop what they're doing and just roll with it. Life is a series of natural events and spontaneity. If you are too busy making plans, well, then it's going to pass you by. Number 25, forgiveness. Nobody is perfect, and you will make mistakes that will hurt each other. Your potential life partner needs to be a tolerant person who will not hold grudges and can forgive freely. Number 26, enjoy simple pleasures. Life is not filled with huge, monumental experiences. It is mostly mundane and uneventful. So, if your life partner is a positive soul who derives pleasure from everyday experiences and encounters, they will bring joy into your life. Sharing a piece of pizza or watching the sunset in the evening may not seem life-changing, but if they are enjoyed with your life partner, well, then they can be unbeatable. Number 27, communication. The cornerstone of all relationships. Your set of life partners should know how to reach you on every level. They should be articulate, knowledgeable, and great communicators because you need people who are eloquent and open to discourse. Chapter 4, Stage 1, the search. When you search for something, it can become a mission like no other. You may be searching for your perfect home, which means you spend all your time online checking out listings, visiting districts, or aimlessly driving around looking for real estate signs outside of properties. You know what you want and how to look for it, but the search can become all you think about. When that happens, you can neglect other areas of your life. Perhaps you have experienced this type of obsession and think this is the perfect way to search for your twin flame. Well, the news is in, and searching for your twin flame is a process unlike any other you will ever experience. You aren't looking for a physical object or something that is essential for your daily life. You're looking for a spiritual connection with a part of your soul separated from you for many millenniums, and the chances you will reconnect are slim. Does that mean we shouldn't try? After all, if the percentages of you meeting are so low, why bother, right? Of course, people will take a negative stance regarding the search for their twin flame. But if you decide to go for it, then you are opening the possibilities of the most fulfilling relationship of your life. You could experience the ultimate form of spiritual fireworks and the most intense emotions imaginable. Does that sound like it's worth looking for? Then let's level the playing field and make sure you are prepared for the first stage of twin flame development. First, you must understand the concept of divine timing, as this is the process that governs a twin flame journey. Unfortunately, the way we have been taught to think and view the world conflicts with the concept of divine timing. If you can change the way you think and adopt healthier thoughts about the journey to find your twin flame, then the process will become less distressing. Common misconceptions about divine timing and how to change them. Misconception number 1. You need to change yourself and your environment to allow divine timing to happen. Consider how we view our normal physical world. What must we do to improve our situations and our achievements? We must work harder and dedicate ourselves to the search for success. We must give 110% to everything we do, and only then can we expect to be rewarded for our efforts. We often think that our effort and dedication are the only way to achieve anything worth having. While this is true in the human world, the spiritual world is vastly different. Cast off the 3D concept and surrender yourself to the grace of divine timing. Allow the universe to dictate when things will happen and float on the flow of inevitability. Divine timing means you need to let go of the concept that you control what happens next and just enjoy the gliding sensation of the current that is the universal flow. How to fix misconception number 1. Surrender your ego. Self-confidence is an important part of our makeup, and it can help you achieve great things that seem impossible. The spiritual world is different. You need to become part of something larger than your ego. Stop demanding that certain things suit your time frame or in the manner you find acceptable. Stuff will happen when the universe decides, and nothing you can do can change that. Stop the belief that you have any power over the universe. The physical world may be your domain, but a higher force governs the spiritual world. Your twin flame journey will take the path it has been allocated, and no matter how strong your willpower, nothing will change that path. Change how you see the term surrender. What does the term surrendering mean? Is it a sign of weakness or giving up? Or is it all about laying down your weapons and understanding that certain things are out of your control? Try putting a positive spin on surrendering and change how you think about it. Allow yourself to be open to faith, hope, and a belief that a beautiful life awaits those who embrace this concept. Okay, misconception number 2. Divine timing is based on the conditional version of behavioral efforts and will always result in rewards. As children, we were taught that if you tidy your room, you can go out and play with your friends. And if you eat all your greens, You can have ice cream for dessert. If you behave well during the year, Santa will put you on the nice list, and you will get plenty of presents. And if you do your homework, you can play games after you're done. This is known as the if leads to then approach, and when applied to the twin flame concept, means we think we need to fix ourselves before we are ready to enter the physical union of our two halves. Although you need to be in the right frame of mind and open to the experience for it to happen, that doesn't mean you need to work on yourself. The most important work you need to do is to ready yourself for the experience. It's dropping rather than fixing. This will be covered later in this chapter. How do you fix misconception number 2? Understand the positivity of divine timing. There are no punishment options in divine timing. You will always be supported on your journey, and the place you occupy on the journey is right, even when it doesn't feel like it. Have the confidence that you are making progress. Your spiritual voyage is always advancing and will never backtrack. You may slow down and speed up as your spiritual involvement blossoms, but you will never take steps backward. And believe in the universe. Know that everything that happens on your spiritual path is happening for you and is benefiting you. Nothing is being done to you as a punitive measure. This concept is so different from the physical world, it's kind of difficult to grasp. Think of it as life is your ultimate support system, and you will benefit from it for as long as you exist. Misconception number 3. Divine timing is a force that exists apart from our physical reality. How do you believe we are governed on Earth? Is there a vengeful force ready to smite us whenever we get it wrong? If you have been taught to follow popular religious ideals, then you are probably all too aware of the concept of a vengeful being that needs to be worshipped and obeyed. This leads to a belief that you are powerless and you need to please people and follow the doctrine. Those who have been taught this believe that the only way they can feel safe and accepted is when everybody around them is happy and content with their circumstances. This means everybody is seeking justifications for self-worth and looking to others to guide them on their journeys. You need to remember that you matter above all else, and that divine timing is all about letting go of the please others first mentality. How to fix misconception number 3? Well, now is the time to clear your preconceived notions of how you think about your earthbound self and its connection to your spiritual self. When you reincarnate on Earth, a significant portion of your soul remains in the spiritual realm. A larger, all-loving, all-seeing portion of us remains outside of earthly reality and works hand in hand with the universe, or the ultimate source of energy, to coordinate the divine timing that governs your spiritual journey. Your earthly self is governed by human doubts and restrictions, but in the spiritual realm, there is a bigger, more powerful part of your soul to bat for you every minute of every day. This spiritual part of you is the ultimate cheerleader for your physical you, and will work tirelessly with the original source of energy to align you and on how you meet your twin flame. This extended part of yourself knows all about the bigger picture, and it will help guide you to the point of greatness where you are prepared for what the universe has in store for you. Put your trust in this extended part of your soul and let it take control. It makes things so much easier when you know the nudge it gives you, and you recognize when your spiritual self is making a difference. Personal growth and how to prepare yourself for your twin flame. Now you know how the spiritual world is geared up and ready to accompany you on your quest. It's time to get your physical self in the best form for the journey. This means you need to become the best version of yourself possible, both physically and mentally. You know that any future interaction with your twin flame will be demanding on your emotions and will create inner turmoil. This can affect your physical and your spiritual health, so they both need to be at their best. These suggestions are all about getting to know yourself inside and out. They encourage you to dive into personal development and embrace the process. This form of personal growth should never be considered a chore. Instead, it should be the ultimate way to get to know yourself from every angle. Number one, create a morning routine. When you wake up in the morning, you should be refreshed, filled with energy, and ready to face the world. Forming a routine means sure that gets done. Start with a healthy breakfast and a refreshing cup of herbal tea before you start your routine. Try to include at least one self-care ritual like meditation or working out.
All that could be observed would be a higher or lower form of variation of the same thing. In other words, if your consciousness is the only reality, it must also be the only substance. Consequently, appears to as circumstances, conditions, and material objects are really only the products of your own consciousness. Nature, then, as a thing or a complex of things external to your mind, must be rejected. You and your environment cannot be regarded as existing separately. You and your world are one. Therefore, you must turn from the objective appearance of things to the subjective center of things, your consciousness.
Yes. So if you believe that I am can only speak to you through a channel of some other being, then that's the only way you'll accept it. And you will hear it that way. Yes. Why is it that some people who think they're channeling are able to create so well, but most people, the vast majority of people who try to learn to do what they're teaching, have such a hard time making it work? People who think they are channeling are accessing their inner voice and allowing themselves to be guided. They feel the truth in it, the knowing that what they think will become for them. The people who are listening to them think they only have access to me through channelers, or psychics, or something outside themselves. Even if they go to these middlemen for access, it's just going to be a one-time thing. They don't have the constant guide that I am. They don't know yet that it's possible to have access to their inner voice whenever they want. Main thoughts from day 4. Humans are the only species that think and create. You can choose to follow your destiny or create something different. You have a choice to have a persona or be fully I am. Humans' thoughts are God's thoughts. When we are exposed to new information, we filter it through what we already believe. Ideas of oneness have been recorded since the beginning of history. Everyone can access their inner voice. Day 5. Why you think you're not God. The intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a faithful servant. We have created a society that honors the servant and has forgotten the gift. Albert Einstein. Our persona is limiting our ability to hear our inner voice? Yes. Lots of people embrace their persona and block their inner self. They do not recognize that their thoughts created everything that surrounds them, and everything they have become. Some don't want to believe that their thoughts are responsible. That's why people have created this idea of an evil God. They don't like what they've created. People who say God is all-loving and mean it are really happy. They may not understand that they are God, but they feel that God is shining love down upon them instead of judgment. So it's really people judging themselves, not God. Absolutely. Right and wrong, good and bad are human creations. Some would rather think that this idea of a God outside of them is responsible, and that he is mean and doesn't love them. And that would explain why they find themselves in what they feel is misery. If you are looking at your life and you are unhappy with what surrounds you and what you are, it is because you are not aware of your creative power. If you are happy with what surrounds you, it's because you understand that you have a power on some level. You know you are more than the doubts and fears of your persona. So tell me more about the persona. What is the persona? The persona is the part of you that believes you are not God and believes that we are not alone. It's a gift that you're given when you come into your body in the physical world that allows you to believe you are an individual. Because of the persona, you are able to have a multitude of experiences as an individual. Your persona doesn't change your truth about who you are, but it exists in the physical world because it has been created. There is only one real truth. That truth is you are God, and your thoughts create. When your parents found out that they were pregnant with you, they began thinking thoughts about you, guessing what you'd be like, hoping and worrying about you. Their thoughts started to create your persona. When they told other people that they were pregnant, those people started thinking thoughts about you too. They wondered and worried about you. Doctors started thinking thoughts about you. When you were calling the doctor and then the family, and that started to create a family. And your name, like you said, your name was Paul or Anne, and you grew up believing that's who you were. You were an individual. You weren't part of the oneness that is God. It's not true, but it's a creation. So it exists in the physical world. My persona is not something I created. It's something other people created for me. For the first few years of your life, you're only being created upon. You are running on a blueprint. You are made of I am, but I am's consciousness is not in you creating with its thoughts. But at a certain age, it varies depending on the persona. I am's consciousness and ability to create with thoughts enters into the child. It's about this time that a person will remember their first memory. You had a very limited ability to remember before then, because I am's consciousness was not in you yet. When I am's consciousness is in you, your thoughts join with everyone else's to continue creating your persona. In most cases, you will continue reinforcing what other people are creating upon you. If you're told that you're a great kid who is smart and awesome all the time, you'll believe it. You'll walk around knowing how awesome you are. You'll tell people, I'm a great kid, I'm awesome, I'm really smart. Those thoughts will be created and recreated constantly, and that's what you'll grow up believing. If somebody at some point says you're stupid or bad, you'll start wondering, am I stupid? Am I bad? The more you think about it, the more you'll start creating it. So you create a persona too. But you don't start creating upon your own persona until you're old enough for I am to be thinking and creating in your body. Why does I am wait to go into the body? Why not go in right away? So your persona can be created. I am wants to create personas. Why would I am do that to itself? I am wants to be heard and be I am. But at the same time, I am wants to have individual experiences. Having the persona as a veil between humans and who they really are is the only way to have individual experiences. Without personas, I am has full knowing of its oneness with everything in both the spiritual and physical worlds. This is pure joy, but limits the physical experiences I am can have. So personas exist so I am can have individual experiences? Yes. For example, when you love someone, you believe that they are a separate individual, and forming a connection of oneness with them feels joyful. Love is the closest humans get to feeling what it is to be fully God, and that's why love feels so wonderful. Another example is fulfilling your blueprint. If you had no persona, there would be no opportunities to learn and grow because you would have full knowing of who you are. The persona allows I am to come into human bodies and experience being individuals who learn and grow and make choices. The persona really is a gift, the gift of individuality. If you feel that your life is full of opportunity to create more of what you want, you are likely to view the persona as a gift. If you feel that your life is happening to you, and you have no power to create what you want, you may not view your persona as a gift. So I am seeking self-expression, and the persona is preventing that? Yes, the persona is afraid. Why is the persona afraid? The persona is afraid that you will find out that it is not real. Like you, it's afraid of dying. Most people's number one fear is dying, isn't it? Can you think of anything someone would be more afraid of? No. Why is that? It's because they're the persona, and that's the persona's fear. It's afraid of dying because it knows it doesn't really exist. The persona knows when this body dies, it turns to dust. I am is not afraid of dying because I am knows that the only thing that's real is I am, and I am cannot die. But everyone is still I am, even if they think they're the persona? Yes, so they don't really die. No, not as an individual, as a persona. You were created this one time. There aren't going to be the same unique experiences and people to create your exact persona ever again. Once your body dies, your persona is not coming back because it never really existed in the first place. It's just a creation. So when the persona dies, all that's left is I am. We have no choice but to realize we are I am at that point. Yes, you'll know immediately. You'll be one with I am in the spiritual world, radiating love. All the thoughts and memories of your body will still be in universal mind in the spiritual world. Someone dreaming 2,000 years from now might experience part of your life in his dreams, because those memories and thoughts will always be swirling around in universal mind in the spiritual world. In that way, the experience
The lovely sign of Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. This is a general love reading, and it may not resonate with every Capricorn out there. But that's in the general, as always in the general, goals can be reversed, energies can be reversed, and crosswalkers is very well made out from your perspective. So please apply it how it fits, and if it's not for you, it's not for you. Let's go see what the energy is surrounding Capricorn for the month of October, or when the video finds a viewer in regards to love. What is the energy surrounding Capricorn? What do we need to know for their highest? Okay, so when it comes to your card, we've got 4 points. This is talking about balancing that. This is spirit thing. You're going to have this choice between new person and old person. Okay? Okay? So you're going to have to decide who is going to be best in this relationship, in this situation. Okay? So when it comes to your person, we've got two cards. We have the Ace of Coins reversed, which is moving the Ace of Pentacles reversed, and then we have the Eight of Wands reversed. So I feel like this is talking about the point that spirit is saying that you need to be cautious about this situation, about who you